Thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am.
We have caller number 2 who's just appeared in the attendee list. Caller number 2, I'm going to unmute your mic and can you please identify yourself for us? Caller number 2, your mic is unmuted. Whomever's called in, can you identify who you are, please?
Hi, David Barrick here.
Hi, David. Okay, David, you're going to be using the phone for the duration of this meeting?
No, just for the first 15, 20 minutes.
Okay, perfect. So what I'll do is when the meeting starts, I'll unmute your mic until you join another way, and that way you'll have full access to your microphone.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, it is almost 7 o'clock.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor. Yes, we'll start in less than a minute. I'm just going to verify the members I do see on the session at the moment. I see Councillor Santos. I see Councillor Visante. I see Councillor Fortini, Councillor Palesci, Councillor Medeiros, Councillor Bowman, Councillor Singh, Councillor Dillon, Councillor Williams, Councillor Willens. So it is 7 o'clock and we can proceed, and after you start the meeting, Mr. Mayor, we should take roll call just to verify presence.
Okay, well, let's return to our budget deliberations that we have recessed from, and over to the clerk. Can you begin with roll call?
Certainly. Through you, Mr. Mayor, to members of Budget Committee, I will call your name. Please indicate your presence in tonight's meeting. Councillor Santos.
Present.
Councillor Visante.
Present.
Councillor Willens. Councillor Willens. I'll come back to you. I see your mic is unmuted, but we're not hearing you at the moment. Councillor Palesci.
Present.
Councillor Bowman.
Present.
Councillor Medeiros. Councillor Medeiros.
Present.
Thank you. Councillor Williams.
I am here.
Councillor Fortini.
I'm here.
Councillor Singh.
Present.
Councillor Dillon. Councillor Dillon?
Here, can you hear me?
Yes, thank you. Councillor Willens. Councillor Willens, I do see that you're connected, but your microphone is not active at the moment. So, and Mayor Brown is present. So at this point, Councillor Willens, can you just try to unmute one more time? We'll just verify.
Hi, Peter. How are you?
Great, thank you. Mr. Chair, all 11 members are present.
Thank you. So our first delegation tonight is from Todd Letts, CEO of the Brampton Board of Trade, and Michelle Mccallum, Chair of the Brampton Board of Trade.
So through you, Mr. Chair, I don't see Todd in the session at the moment. Tammy, can you bring in Glenn Williams? I know Glenn is a volunteer with the Brampton Board of Trade.
Is Michelle in the session?
Michelle is present.
Maybe Michelle is doing the presentation and Glenn for the Board of Trade.
Okay.
Michelle is doing the introduction, and then I'm finishing up.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm here and ready to go, Mr. Mayor, if that's okay.
Yes, the floor is yours, Michelle.
Thank you so much. Very good evening. I'm Michelle Mccallum, Chair of Brampton Board of Trade, and delighted to be with you this evening. As we heard, I'm here with Glenn Williams, who is our lead volunteer on municipal budget issues. This evening, Mr Mayor, we may go a few minutes over the 5-minute limit. We promise not to be too much longer, so respectfully request if that's okay.
Well, I'm sure there'd be no problem. I already see Councillor Vasante move to add the additional time.
Much appreciated. Thank you so much. So just before I hand over to Glenn, I would like to thank you, Mayor Brown, Councillor Vicente, and members of the Budget Committee who took time to meet with us at the Brampton Board of Trade and our members, in some cases on a number of occasions, and city staff who also took the time, in particular Nash Damer and Mark Medeiros, who have been extremely helpful and demonstrated their commitment, along with members of committee, and willingness to listen and to engage. And these meetings and conversations are really important, and want to emphasise that they are much appreciated, and they have helped to inform our perspective and our recommendations that you're going to hear a bit more about from Glenn today. So with that, I will pass over to the familiar face to many of you, Mr. Glenn Williams. Thank you.
Thank you, Michelle, and good evening, Mayor and members of Council and staff. Looking at this year's budget from the business community's perspective, we're interested in the implications for companies' decisions to hire in Brampton, invest in Brampton, and relocate from elsewhere to Brampton. The Board of Trade wants to comment on some of the information that's been made available to us and the general public. The draft documents were made available a few weeks ago, the budget details a couple of weeks ago, and this is all good. It does give some time to review those documents. However, on the weekend, there was the Corporate Asset Management Plan, which included the State of Local Infrastructure Report made available. And less than 72 hours ago, the third quarter capital project report was issued. And within that report was $69 million of projected return of financing for various projects. So with a short time frame, it's very difficult to review some of these reports. We also note that the Interest Rate Stabilization Reserve Report was released just 2 days ago on November 29th. These reports have major implications for the city and to taxpayers. We note that the projected year-end reserves, both discretionary and obligatory reserves, have increased by $43 million, from $583 million to $626 million on the very first day of the budget process. We question how Council is expected to fully understand all of this and make informed decisions when the numbers are changing, sometimes by tens of millions of dollars. The Board of Trade expects better, that though that information is made available more than the first day of the budget process to allow Council to make informed decisions. We do appreciate the information. It's very good information. We think it's important for Council to have it, but getting it at the last moment makes it very difficult for everybody to fully appreciate it. It's not surprising that during these discussions, when the potential funding for a hospital was discussed and brought up by Councillor Fortini, that there appeared to be a lot of confusion about what resources were available to potentially fund that. So we question how confident is Council in these numbers as they shift almost day to day. We observe in these last minute proposals and documents where assets, cash in the Workers' Compensation Reserve Fund and the Employee Benefit Rate Stabilization Reserve are now going to be proposed to be used for future operating costs. So money that's been saved in the past is now being used for future operating costs. We noticed the $30.6 million for the Center for Innovation has essentially been unapproved, bringing up resources. But this project is still going ahead, and that money is still going to be needed. So we're sort of questioning how you're able to do that if you're still going ahead with the project. We know you've entered into discussions with Guelph Humber. You know, is the Center for Innovation still going ahead, and why is the funding being removed? We notice also that the Office of the CAO report included potentially shifting costs for the West Tower to capital. This is very creative accounting. It puts pressure on the ability to fund capital projects in the future. There's no real savings here. The West Tower is still there. The monthly annual lease payments are still there. This is just moving the ledger around a little bit. Operating costs and capital costs are very different, and they generally should not be mixed up here. What's also concerning is what's not in the proposed budget. The corporate asset management plan shows an infrastructure gap of $307 million for existing assets. There's also a further $594 million for expansion assets. Those are big gaps. Included in that plan that was released on Monday, it states that all the federal gas tax funds, now called the Community Building Fund, the Canada Community Building Fund, are allocated to asset replacement projects. But we note that the Williams Parkway Fire Campus is now being funded from those funds. That was not planned in the capital asset management plan. The infrastructure levy was forecasted to increase by 2% each year, including in the 2022 budget. That's not in the budget plan. The transit levy was forecasted to be 1%. That's also not in the 2022 budget plan. So there seems to be a disconnect here between the corporate asset management plan and the budgets that have been presented to council. So they seem incompatible, and we really question how one report can say one thing and another report uses different numbers. Brampton businesses have also expressed concern about the rising use of debt. We note that in 2023 and 24 that there's an additional $38 million of debt and $40 million of debt respectively. Debt payments for interest on that debt goes from 11 million per year to 25 million per year in 2025. But that's not the whole story. These increased debt costs are all before factoring in the need for some big ticket projects like the LRT or an additional hospital and other priorities that we could list. By not including them in your debt estimates, this could lead, by our estimate, to a 7 or more % annual increase in property taxes following the election. Council should request staff to provide a multi-year tax rate increase forecast. Businesses want predictability, and we think council needs to have that forecast available to them to understand the future impacts on current decisions. Business certainty brings business investment. The Board of Trade believes that the city should adopt a 10-year capital asset forecast and a strategic infrastructure fund. We've elaborated on this in our recommendations, plus several others, in a letter you received last week, and is also included in the agenda package. Members have spoken during these deliberations about the need to show skin in the game, and a longer-range capital asset forecast will greatly strengthen our case when seeking funding commitments from senior orders of government. When can we expect a long-term plan that demonstrates Brampton's ability to partner on major projects? Council needs to provide clarity on what the implications for property taxes will be as reserves are used up and forecasted use of debt grows. If council needs more time to fully understand all of this, the budget process should not be rushed. So if you need more time, get the reports, ask the questions. Let's not rush to an approval unless all of council fully understands the implications. Brampton businesses are losing confidence in the city's ability to plan because of the shifting numbers that seem to shift very quickly. A credible plan needs to be brought forward to address the ballooning backlog of unspent capital as well. We note that close to $100 million decrease in the year-end projection from the Q2 forecast was in Monday's report. While clarifying what projects are needed or not needed is certainly very useful, the major changes that we're seeing reduce our confidence in these reports. This causes residents to wonder why taxes were paid to the city if they're unable to deliver the projects. Thank you, members, and I will turn it to any questions you might have.
Who is on the board? Councilor Medeiros.
Thank you, through you, Mayor. Thank you, Glenn and BBO team for the delegation and the submission. There's a lot to unpack, and I think you've just encapsulated many of concerns of, notwithstanding myself and other folks and stuff that we've heard, regarding some of our budget considerations. One of the things I heard you about having skin in the game. So I think I mentioned that a couple of days ago. And if you can elaborate, because we were talking about our priorities, and one of the comments that I made was around the importance of, almost for lack of a better term, putting down payments on our priorities. And I talked about the seriousness of it. And, you know, there was discussion and you know, there was some mind or some thought that, you know, sometimes it's not good to put any down payments because you keep it more flexible to attract federal or provincial investments. And anyway, so I don't share that opinion, but if you can just elaborate on what that means to the business community when there's certainty that, you know, the priorities we list, we're actually putting investment and we've actually earmarked, you know, some of our money for these priorities.
I think what's important is that there may be a need to have real cash available for these projects, and there also may be the need to show where debt will be used in the future so that it's clear how the city will be able to afford these projects. So we understand things like the LRT, there will be debt involved. We don't expect that if there's hundreds of millions of dollars needed, there'll be that money sitting in a reserve fund waiting to be spent. But we do think it shows commitment to both the federal and provincial governments that you've put some money aside, that you've got money available to spend on these projects, that you're not just hoping you're going to get 100% funding, and you're not just showing to the taxpayers that, you know, there'll be no cost to them. There will be a cost for these major projects. We think it needs to be planned. One way that I know there's concern about, if you show you've got money for a project, it shows you don't need as much funding. But similarly to the way that you do it with some of the staff cost increase, where you budget a lump sum where it's not specific to individual union contracts or specific departments, you've got an amount in the budget, and only when budgets are approved do you take it out of that bucket of money you have. So I think there's ways to do it to show you've got money available for the big projects, but not to tip your hand on the negotiations you'll have with the other governments.
Now, thank you through your mayor. Thank you very much. The other question regarding, you know, we've provided 3 tax freezes the last 3 years. I know the business community and Brampton Board of Trade has always been, you know, a general position that, you know, as the mayor has suggested, being competitive from a tax base with other jurisdictions. When we talk about, in my mind, a tax freeze, we have to accompany with some serious restrictions or some serious financial discipline, because notwithstanding usual inflation's hovering around 2.3, you know, it looks like, you know, over the next year or we're almost hitting, you know, levels of 3-4% that we haven't seen. So can you speak to a little bit about what the Brampton Board of Trade, you know, position from a clear perspective, the freezing of taxes, but also the narrative of what that sort of encompasses. And I guess what I'm trying to go is that of us providing a zero, we do have to make some serious decisions about how we're going to fund, because we're a high growth community, or how we're going to show that financial discipline.
Well, I think we certainly don't want to have large increases. We want predictability. And our concern here is that if we're essentially shifting some costs to the future, whether that be operating costs that are coming out of capital, or whether it be debt that we have to incur later, you know, it's not that we don't have strong resources now and a very strong balance sheet. We understand that. Brampton is very fortunate to have that. But if we keep deferring, you know, the day of judgment, if you will, there'll be a huge impact in 2, 3, 4 years. And so we think that financial discipline needs to start now, where you look at all of the expenditures, both operating and capital, and make sure you're not spending money that you really can't afford, because 3 or 4 years down the road, there'll be a huge tax increase in order to pay for the commitment you're making today.
No, thank you very much. And I guess just my last question for you, Mr. Mayor, in terms of the business community, in terms of Brampton Board of Trade, the type of support you would like to see from the municipality. What I mean by that is that I know that you know, our staff have in my opinion, done an excellent job in terms of trying to support, the business community as much as we can do within the realm of the municipality. But as we, talk about recovery and we talk about going throughout, what are some sort of key sort of actions you'd like to see from the city, notwithstanding our competitiveness from a tax perspective with other jurisdictions, key investments in infrastructure? Are there a couple of things that you would want us that would really be sort of top of line for the business community?
Maybe I'll let Michelle answer that. She's the chair.
Thanks so much. So first of all, let me recognise, that city staff, particularly Claire Barnett and team, they really do an excellent job. And I think what is really important is that we have to recognise that it's going to take all of us. Our businesses are suffering, and they will continue to do so. So working together, making sure that we're, focused on partnerships and making sure that we're creating the ecosystem for businesses to really thrive is something that's going to continue to be really important. I think not underestimating the importance of the pieces that Glenn's emphasising. So we know what attracts businesses to our community. And it's about having quality of life. It's about having a city that thrives. And it's about having all of the different elements that are really important for people to want to live here and for businesses to want to locate here, because all of those pieces are there. That means if the people are there, the businesses will have the talent that they need. So continuing to work in partnership, to continue to make sure that we're investing in the right things, making sure that we're, continuing to make really good business decisions as the city and in this budget process, ensuring that these decisions are thinking through the long-term viability of our finances and of our community. I think that more than anything else is what's really important. And stability. Stability is so important to any business who wants to relocate, who wants to invest more in Brampton. They need stability, and they need to know that they've got line of sight, that if they invest, it is for the long term.
Yeah, and just picking up and through you, Mr. Mayor, and just my apologies to my colleagues, my last question, just on something that was touched upon. When we talk about and we do the comparative analysis and we see, for example, how competitive we are from a tax bracket or from a property tax assessment compared to other communities. And at the time, in my mind, those are sort of a snapshot in time. So this year our tax rate is this, and Mississauga is lower by this percentage. But my fear is, what's the use of us doing a zero today if we're going to have giant leaps going forward? Or how can we sustain? And you talk about predictability and the volatility. If we're going at a zero, then after next couple of years with the big projects that we've identified, we're looking at some really massive increases. So all this sort of effort that we do now, it goes for naught if there's not going to be this long-term, steady sort of predictability when it comes from a tax thing. And I think that's kind of one of the struggles that we have. But it was interesting. So you're saying from businesses, the tax competitiveness obviously goes into their consideration, but the predictability, understanding the current fiscal environment and understanding the quality of life in a community, those are real important factors.
Absolutely, yes.
Great. Thank you very much. Thank you, Brampton Board Chair, for the delegation. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Medeiros. Our next speaker is Councillor Bowman.
Thank you very much for you, Mr. Mayor. Glenn, Michelle, thank you for coming as always. Glenn, excellent questions as always. It's been a long time you've been doing this for the Board of Trade, and we thank you for bringing these in. You brought up some very good questions, Glenn. Were you hoping to get answers to those tonight from staff?
No, I think those are questions we thought that council should ask of staff, and then take the time you need to get the answers, get the reports back. I know the future budget dates are, to be determined or if needed, And I think it's important to have those meetings. And if you don't have all the reports by the final council meeting, delay things. Get the right answers to make the right decisions on this. Don't rush it because the reports are relatively fresh off the printing press.
Thanks, Glenn. And you did mention external debt funding. And when I was going through my notes from the previous years and from this year, I noticed that there was a number of projects that were sent for 2021. They've been moved to 2022, and they were not under debt financing in the 2021 projection, but they are now. So, we've already got at 2021, we're already at 326 million dollars, it looks like, in debt financing, or is that 1,000? I can't tell from my glasses right now. But we've got another 20 million, it looks like, in 2022 in debt financing, and then another 37.6 in debt financing in 2023. What impact do you think that's going to have on future budgets?
I think there's two things. One, it reduces the capacity to use debt for some of these larger projects. And so when we've advocated for years, going back to the Susan Fennell days, to say that the use of debt is appropriate for strategic purchases, strategic projects. When we see a draft budget that includes the reconstruction of a barn using debt, we don't think that's strategic. That's not to say that's not a great project, that it shouldn't go ahead. My daughter's involved, she works at Lang Pioneer Village, she would say it's a great thing to do. But the Board of Trade would say that's not a strategic purchase that debt should be considered for. And so one is, let's make sure debt is used where it needs to be used and only there. And we also have to look at the future annual costs to fund the debt. That has a hit on the property tax bill. And so we've got to balance this, that we've got to leave capacity in the budget to be able to fund some of those large projects by debt, but that means constraining the operating costs and what is spent day to day. There's got to be a balance there, or we're going to hit a roadblock a few years down the road where future councils will simply say they can't afford to do an LRT because there's no room to build it, finance it.
Councillor Bowman, is there a follow-up question?
There is, yes. Glenn, this could be for you or it could be for Michelle. In the budget core recommendations in front of us, number 4, address the backlog of unspent capital by determining the city's true capacity to deliver projects and finding a credible pathway to build the approved projects. From a business standpoint, how important is it to a business looking to set up in Brampton, a large, maybe multinational corporation, that we can keep up with our capital projects?
So I'll maybe just start on that one. So I think it is important to recognise that, and we do recognise that there is an element of these capital projects that do have challenges with the different levels of jurisdiction who are involved in approvals and things like that. So we understand that. I think what's important is, and it goes back to my earlier point about the infrastructure that we need in the city to ensure quality of life, that it's important to get traction and get these projects moving forward. So we know, for example, the city is talking about a project management office, and that's something that we would be supportive. We just want to see that there's enough effort and emphasis placed on moving forward these really vitally important strategic projects. And, going back to that comment, all of these pieces are essential in making sure that businesses can thrive in Brampton. I don't know if you want to add anything to that, Glenn.
Not a great deal. We've just seen the pattern where, if we go back 5 or 6, 7 years, we were at 750 of unspent capital. That number dropped down to around the 200, 250 mark. Now it bounced up towards over $1 billion within the budget documents. And then, within the last quarter, or within this quarter, we've got, another 69 million that apparently no longer needed to be in those projects. And this just creates uncertainty that makes us question how firm those numbers are, how real are those projects, because we really shouldn't see $69 million of projects suddenly no longer be needed. And so we know you're working on that. We just really encourage you to get a better handle on those projects and get the projects done in a more timely fashion.
Thanks very much, Glenn and Michelle. Always interesting to get the business point of view on our budget. Thank you.
Councillor Bowman, our next question is from Councillor Fertini.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Michelle and Glenn. It's always great to have you there. I'm glad that we have an accountant over. Just a quick question to Michelle or maybe Glenn. If we do a zero tax increase, will that affect any business, or if we do a 1 or 2% in Brampton, the business coming in, or even established business?
I'll maybe start there again. So I think, what we're emphasizing is predictability. Obviously, from our business community's perspective, we want to make sure that, their tax bills are as low as possible. But with that said, what we don't want to happen is to see a 0% and then, in 2 to 3 years, we're at 4 or 5%, whatever that might be. So that is our point, that the decisions that Budget Committee recommends really needs to be about longer term sustainability rather than just kind of election cycle to election cycle. It's essential that we have that predictability, that we have that stability for the business community.
Yeah, and I do agree. Doing one, you got to stabilize for the future. One thing, I don't know if staff wants to reply to any of the questions that Glenn answered, because I was going to ask some of the questions, but can we reply to some of those questions? I really want to know why we received these documents the last minute. It's the first time during our budget, since I've been here 7 years, we're receiving things like 2 days or 1 day before, when our binders were already given to us like over 3 weeks ago. So I really want to know the input here, what's going on. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Fertini. Just looking if there's anyone new on the board.
I'd like, Mr. Mayor, I want some answers. They asked some questions I want to know, because we received these documents a couple of days ago, and we're not an accountant here. So I think Glenn asked some good questions. I want to hear some answers.
Okay.
From our department to his questions.
Josh, do you want to respond to that? Or Mark Medeiros?
Yes, thank you, Mayor, through the chair to Councillor Fortini. As you see, there were a lot of topics that we needed to bring to the budget, and you've seen the number of different reports that talk about different important decisions that need to be made by council. And we wanted to make sure that all the information is fully available there to you in good quality. And that's why we might have taken a few days more in releasing some of these reports. And we tried to make them available to you as soon as we were able to.
Thank you. And I wish they were in the binder like 3 weeks ago. Like, it's hard to make decisions during a budget. This is a very important time of the year for everyone. And, this is the first time I've seen this. And I was a little bit confused myself when I couldn't even get answers yesterday. But anyway, we'll go through it and hoping everything works out well. I do agree with the Brampton Board of Trades. If we start doing it zero, it's going to cost us down the road. So we got to be more stable for any business, because they feel doing 0-0, they're all worried what's going to happen in the future for infrastructure and all. So thank you.
Thank you.
Councillor Fertini, over to Councillor Paleshi.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, both Michelle and Glenn, for delegating. Glenn, it's always nice to have you here. You're always coming to the budget, and I tell you, I miss seeing you sitting in the first or second row there during the budget deliberation process. But thank you so much for coming. there's a couple things that I wanted to mention. I guess I completely agree with your item number one. I think we always, and we can certainly do better to find more opportunities to engage the broader audience in terms of the stakeholders and the residents right across this city. And I think COVID kind of, we'll use that as an excuse this time. But I think next time we need to certainly see if we can reach that bigger audience for more of a public consultation. You know that it was a couple months ago that I addressed the $1 billion backlog, and you certainly do know that staff are working to address that unspent capital and really do want to determine what the true capacity of trying to get some of those projects out can be, and hopefully we'll be able to see that very shortly. The last thing that I did want to mention about your request for a 10-year capital plan, and that is a request, I have to say, every budget that I've been involved with here at the city, a request like that comes out of the Brampton Board of Trade, and I always ask staff to provide comments on that, but I think it's extremely difficult for us to do. I don't recall exactly why. We've done up to a 4-year, I think we did in 2015 or 16. Can I just ask staff maybe to comment on the possibility of a 10-year capital plan?
Thank you, Councillor. I'd like please to pass this one to my colleague, Mark. Mark, if you can answer, please.
Sure. Through the chair to Councillor Pelesci, thanks for the question. We definitely agree that we want to get to a 10-year capital plan. I think part of the recommendations through the KPMG review of our capital and the new PMO office that council dedicated resources to will set the framework and the tools and the ability for us to prepare 10-year plans that we are confident that we can achieve. I think part of the work that we need to do also, and we're looking at that, is to begin doing longer term trending on our reserves and our funding plans. And our goal is to really start moving the needle on that in the next few years. So in general, it's definitely something we agree with the Brampton Board of Trade. We're just trying to do it right.
Thanks, Mark. I appreciate that. I guess finally, I'll just comment on. I'm probably one of your biggest advocates in Brampton North, and talking to some of the small businesses and asking them if they're members of the Board of Trade, and asking them to look into the opportunity for membership. And I think taking the budget out of this, I think maybe over the course of the next year, I'd really like to get a better understanding of how we can try and have more of the businesses, the Brampton Board of Trade, supporting the businesses that are in Brampton, and not necessarily in one particular aspect of business, but more broad across the organization. I think would definitely be a benefit for businesses in Brampton, the city of Brampton, the Board of Trade as well. Thank you again for your delegation. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Pelesci. And just looking at refreshing the board, I see Councillor Basante.
Thank you, Mayor Brown. And I just want to take this final opportunity, I guess there are no other comments, to thank you, Glenn and Michelle and Todd and everyone at the Board of Trade for looking over this budget with a very critical eye. I wanted to make sure that the Board of Trade had an opportunity to work with staff, and we had a very extensive meeting where staff and the Board of Trade discussed some of the different concerns and were able to answer questions from the Board of Trade. And members of council are right, Glenn, when they say that the city is very fortunate to have someone like yourself and the Board of Trade who work to assist us to make sure that we are following a course that is tested and approved by the business community here in the city. And I just want to point out one item. When you asked for staff to provide to members of council a kind of a projection on what rates may be years out, can you just explain that one more time? And I would like to ask for staff to respond.
Well, what we're looking for, when we see items where we've got, debt being brought on board, which causes pressures on the tax base, or contributions to reserves for capital asset replacements, combined on top of inflationary increases, etc., we think council should see what are those numbers going to look like with what you've approved today, the existing programs you have, services you have, assets that are either being built now or going to be built, so that you can see what's going to happen and what the impact on reserves and balances are over a period of time, 3, 4, 5 year period of time. And so if you see that those numbers aren't favorable or they're not where you want them to be in 3, 4, 5 years, you can make decisions now that will affect the future tax increase. So you're not forced to have a tax increase because you have no choice, because that service has now been implemented or that facility has been built and now you've got to staff it and operate it. So we think it's important to have that long-term view so you can make those decisions today that will affect the future tax rates that businesses and residents have to pay.
Thank you, Glenn. So if I could just ask staff to comment on, are we prepared to look at numbers like that? There was a member of council who commented that sometimes some of this information comes last minute. In many cases, we who are asking for the reports, several reports that we've been dealing with throughout this process, were requested just in the last 30 days. But do we have access to that kind of projection?
Through the chair, thank you, Councillor Vicente. I think what Glenn brought up is actually a very good suggestion. It's a good practice to follow, and I'd like to point out that we actually do have in our budget book a 3-year projection of our tax increases. And they show it not only for the year that we're approving it in 2022, we also are showing it for 2023 and 2024. And further beyond that, we actually are guided by our long-term financial plan. Our long-term financial plan that we're currently working towards has been put in place in 2017. And in next year, in 2022, we're already in the procurement process for putting the long-term financial plan for the 5 years ahead. And we're working within the parameters of that long-term financial plan. So the information is actually available and we're working towards it. If council's wish is in future years to include further years as part of the budget book, we can definitely also work towards that if that's the desire of council.
Thank you, Nash. I think it would be beneficial to Glenn's point. And Glenn, I have a sense from seeing you there that you might have a comment just to close out.
No, I just agree that those numbers in front of council so they can see the 3, 4, 5 year impact of decisions you make today, I think is very, very useful.
Thank you very much. And on behalf of all of us, for your contributions to this process. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Vicente. Let me refresh the... Oh, no other questions. Okay, I've got a few myself then. And thank you, Glenn, for always providing thoughtful analysis. And I know every year when we've had budget, the Board of Trade has made some submissions. I guess my first question for you is, when we spoke a few years ago, you really stressed the importance of being tax competitive. And I'm not sure if you saw the chart that we released on the first day. We had the rankings of all GTHA municipalities, and Brampton still remains, unfortunately, in the higher taxed area, with higher taxes than all our geographical neighbors. And so I guess, Glenn, would it still be your objective for us to end up in the middle of the pack with taxes that are more parallel with Mississauga, Caledon, Oakville, and Vaughan?
Absolutely. You want to move towards, the middle of the pack better than you are today. I tend to look at the BMA report that comes out that, compares different municipalities on various tax rates for, small homes, medium-sized homes, executive homes, etc., as well as the business and commercial rates. So we definitely want to be moving in a better direction than we are now. And that just points to being very, restrictive in what we're able to spend money on, because you can't have your cake and eat it too, in a sense. We've got to get the tax rates competitive. We've got to protect the assets. And that means making some really tough decisions on both the operating and capital side going forward.
Now, I know the Board of Trade has been very outspoken on their support for the 413 and the ability for industry to get product to marketplace in terms of transportation corridors. Are there local examples of transportation corridors that you feel need additional capital attention?
Michelle, do you want to handle that?
I'll jump in there. So, I mean, I think there needs to be more of an analysis on that, Mayor Brown. Obviously, we know Steeles is a goods movement corridor. We also know that there are going to be changing dynamics with the new CN centre in Milton, the hub there. So I think that this is a changing evolution. I think right now as well, with the changing nature of purchases of logistics and distribution with COVID, there will be need to be investment, but I think it's important that we look at what that means and what that means in particular for Brampton businesses. So I think that's a difficult question to answer right now specifically, other than to say it does need to be looked at.
Now, a number of your members, the Board of Trades, have contacted us. I know I just got a communication just before this meeting today from one of your members talking about the importance of being competitive on taxes, and it was a business saying that they were looking at a potential expansion, but it really is the cost of doing business that would be a factor that helps determine those decisions. And it takes me back, and that reminded me to a meeting that we had with Fiat Chrysler 2 years ago. Actually, it was at the Board of Trade speech where we have that yearly address, and you arranged a room for us to have that private meeting with Fiat Chrysler. And in that private meeting, we really talking about the long-term goal for auto jobs, and their response stayed with me. They said they look at the totality of the cost of doing business in any jurisdiction from the context of a global perspective, and they said some of the challenges that we have in Brampton are hydro costs, taxation rates, and they measure, of course, transportation corridors being close to the supply chain. And so, is that the feedback that you're getting from your members when you talk to your members? Would it just be the larger ones that are looking at that competition from south of the border, or would that be more broadly? Because I really believe that there needs to be thoughtful analysis of the pressures we have. It's not like the competition is only in the same city. The ability for businesses to move is more fluid than it's ever been before. And when I look at those auto jobs, they're very concerned about the cost of doing business in the U.S. and how it compares to Canada. And so, and in particular Ontario, what feedback are you getting from your businesses, and would this be something that is relevant beyond the auto sector? Are there pressures we're facing for competition, for investment and expansion widely across the Board of Trade?
So, I mean, I would say, Mayor Brown, that that is one of the most significant issues for all of our businesses across Brampton is thinking about competitiveness. I wasn't in the meeting that you described with Fiat Chrysler. I would imagine that their sentiments are similar across the large manufacturers. So I think one of the main things that we do here, and we recently did a survey of all of our businesses, and access to talent is our real primary concern. And so to have the talent pool that you need around you, and obviously there is an element of that is of course post-secondary education, but there's also a huge element of that is proximity, is vicinity. And so we need to be attracting people to live in Brampton. The activity rate has been something that has been an issue historically for a long time. We need to get more jobs in Brampton. We need to get more people living in Brampton. And the growth that we have planned, I know we're doing the official plan review at the moment, and we're focusing on some transit-oriented communities. That is hugely important. Businesses need people, and people want to live in a place that they want to be in. And so primarily, those are the things that council needs to be considering in making their decision. And yeah, there are lots of pressures, there are lots of considerations. Obviously, COVID has changed a number of things for our local businesses, but they need talent first and foremost.
Now, Michelle and Glenn, I got to ask you a question that's going to make you think a little bit. And I get people who inundate my communication channels with they don't want any tax increases, but at the same time I will get requests for people that want new spending. Be quite often it'll be someone says, I don't want any tax increase, but I want a new police station, or I don't want any tax increase, but I want a new recreation center. And the question that I always respond back is, there's this general sentiment that people think government is too large, and the reality is we do look at our books here. We do look at ourselves. This council voted unanimously to do a value for money audit exercise where we looked at every aspect of City Hall, and it was a rewarding process. But I would ask the Board of Trade, when you look at your partner in city government, do you believe there are areas that we could be more efficient or leaner? Are there areas that you believe that we are bloated in, or an area that we may be spending funds on that are not a priority? Would you have any feedback for us on where we could be more efficient as a corporation?
So, if we think about the different ways that the city pays for things, you're either getting money through taxes or through user fees, right? And when we think about where that money is spent, the city is a large organization. I don't know, you have 9,000 employees or something like that. I can't remember how many employees you have, but I know it's significant. And so anytime you have a large organization like the city, it's really important to be diligent, and that's complicated. But it is important that you have the leadership in place that understands exactly what's happening in every area. It's not possible for Glenn and I to sit here and say, well, in recreation, you could be doing something different, or, in bylaw, maybe you need one less officer. We're not coming to the table saying that. What we're saying is that you need to have the right leaders in place with the right experience to be hiring the right people and to be making the right decisions for our business community. And if you have all of that in place and you're confident with the decisions that you're making about who you have in place to make these important decisions, then that means we have less concern about where money is being spent. Because every penny that comes in is either coming from someone who is diligently paying their taxes or from someone who is diligently paying the user fee for their service they're provided. So make sure that you have the structure in place, that that you have the people in place to ensure that we can be confident that the right decisions are being made.
Well, thank you, Michelle, and no, we always value the input of the Brampton Board of Trade. I'm just going to refresh my chat list to see if there's any new comments. I don't see any new comments. Last chance for councillors for questions. Not seeing any. Well, thank you for your presentation, and can we have a motion to receive the deputation? Moved by Councillor Vasante. Is there anyone opposed? Hearing none, the motion carries.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
This will take us to our next item. And Peter, that should be...
Through you, Mr. Mayor, that's item 6.5. We have a delegation from Mike Hardcastle and Hadiat Nasudi for capital funding for the CAA Centre.
Now, I did get an email from our city solicitor that aspects of this may be in public session, but there may be some questions that would be in camera, given the nature of the presentation. And maybe I could just ask the city solicitor to share with council the general context in which he shared that advice, so that we know what can be asked in camera and what should be asked in public.
Through the chair, thank you very much. I think the delegation and any questions of the delegation are fine for public, but if there are any questions of staff insofar as it relates to the contract that we currently have with PA Sports and other commercial matters related to that, that I think is more proper to be discussed in closed session.
Okay, thank you, Samir. Mike, the floor is yours for your presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Good evening, and thank you for allowing the CAA Centre.
Sorry, point of order.
Pardon me?
I apologize, Mike. Mayor Brown, I'm raising on a point of order. I am not okay with what Samir had just referenced. I need to comment on that.
Okay.
My question through you, Mr. Mayor, to the city solicitor. There's a lot of aspects in that contract that are already out in the public. I guess if there were discussions, going back all the way to the very beginning when the city of Brampton first entered into the discussions with the operator, with the owner, that was a very public discussion that had happened. So there's a lot of information that's already out there, like when the city is going to be taking over. There's constant delegations on what needs to be done in the center for improvements. So a lot of that information is already public.
Through the chair, thank you very much, Councillor. That is correct. Much of the the arrangement is in public. Just out of an abundance of caution, I just wanted to flag that if we are going to get into something where, for example, council was to ask me for legal advice about our rights and obligations under the contract, or were to consider various options that we may have under our contract, those would be discussions that would be more appropriate and closed.
Okay. Thank you for clarifying that. My sincere apologies, Mike. I just needed to get beyond that. I apologize again. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
No, thank you, Councillor Bushy. I know you always aim to have as much in public session as possible. So thank you for that clarification. Mike, the floor is yours again.
Thank you again, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Councillor Fleshy. Good evening, and thank you for allowing CAA Centre to delegate this evening. For those of you who don't know me, my name is Mike Hardcastle. I am the General Manager of the CAA Centre, and I'm here this evening with my colleague from Real Star, Hadiat Nasudi. I know this is a time-sensitive delegation, so I may request a few extra minutes if necessary. Before we discuss the Capex today, I'd like to highlight a couple of points about the CAA Centre, some background on where we started from and what the Centre has come to mean to the community here in Brampton. The CAA Centre was built in 1998 in a deal that involved the city and a three-party consortium in what truly has been a 20-year public-private partnership. The history of the original deal and how it was evolved over the years is complex, but I think what is important to highlight is what our partnership has meant for the city over these 3 years or so. Pardon me. The centers host more than 1 million visitors each year to a whole host of events, which is quite diverse. We are one of the busiest 4-rank hockey venues in all of Canada. People from all backgrounds come here to skate, kids, adults, amateurs, professional, amongst them some members of council, which is always great to see. We have, of course, been home to some great hockey over the years, from the OHL Brampton Battalion to the more recent Brampton Beasts of the ECHL. Those teams are no longer with us, but their legacy and memories will last forever at the center and with the Brampton residents. We are also host to many concerts and events to sell out capacity crowds. Some examples include Michael Bolton, A.R. Rahman, Satinder Sartaj, Russell Peters, Maluma, numerous skating, Skate Canada and Skate Ontario figure skating events, just to name a few. Cultural events are a routine part of our programming, notably Mila Tienda, Mother's Day event, comes to the center every year, and it's an event that means so much to many of the Brampton residents. We also host professional boxing and Canada Cup Kabaddi events, drawing some of the best matches anywhere in Canada. TV shows are another example of the diverse range of activities at the center. For instance, we just hosted the CBC's Battle of the Blades at the CA Center this past year in the midst of COVID-19. Dozens of TV commercials, of which 17 were filmed during COVID lockdown, as well as a few scenes from 13 the Musical. It's a Netflix movie that will be released very soon. We host a large number of charity events, such as CIBC Run for the Cure, Hockey Helps the Homeless, which several councillors have participated in, many annual Peel Police charity hockey events as well. And we recently dedicated our venue as a COVID vaccination center to Bruce Power in the region of Peel to host one of the largest COVID vaccine campaigns in the country. So through all the ups and downs of the last 23 years, the CA Center has truly evolved to become integral to this community, and in many ways is the result of a great partnership that has been in place with Wheelstar and the city. For those councillors who might not have the full background, a little bit more information here. We are a tenant of the city lands pursuant to a ground lease that started about 24 years ago in '97, and which will expire in August of 2034. So in 12 years' time, the ground lease will end. The city will own the building and all improvements, free and clear of debt. Recognizing its unfamiliar ownership of the facility, the city has always funded the capital expenditure projects at the center since day one, and that has been critical in the proper preservation of the facility. That is estimated to be worth well over $50 million. Our Capex request that we'll get to in a minute is simply in keeping with the arrangement we've had with the city since day one. Our end as operators of the facility, we have been and continue to be running the center in the most efficient and professional manner possible. Despite our efforts, COVID has had a brutal impact on us. We were the first to close and the last to open. We lost our main tenant, the Brampton Beast, and they left us holding the bag for all their obligations and responsibilities. It has just been a devastating time for us. That being said, we're doing our best to keep the lights on. We're going everywhere, scouring business wherever we can, in under strained circumstances. We are looking at alternate uses wherever possible to generate activity, revenue at the center, anywhere from film production, special events, parking lot rentals, you name it. So there is a tremendous amount of effort we are putting in to make sure we can continue to cater to the community. Part of the effort involves preserving the physical integrity of the facility through necessary CapEx projects. And the items that require immediate CapEx are the roof, the sidewalks, and recently an issue that has reared its ugly head under one of our ice pads. The current roof is the original building roof of more than 20 years. A new roof will be good for at least another 20 years, well beyond the point in which the city will take over the keys in 2034. The sidewalks and curbs are in pretty bad shape, and they have become a health and safety concern. The city funded the repair of half of this 2 years ago, and we are hoping to complete the other half vis-a-vis new funding. In total, we are requesting $1.8 million in funding, which are critical CapEx investments that are needed to ensure the integrity of the building for the next couple of decades. We can go to the slide now if there aren't any questions.
There are questions, but Is your presentation complete?
We can now go to the Capex request, which is different from what I was just speaking to.
Okay, maybe you finish the entire presentation, then we do questions, just to make it more simple.
Very good. Basically, the CA Center is requesting $1.8 million in funding for critical building preservation projects, including roof replacement, sidewalk curb repairs on the facility grounds. These projects have been approved by council as part of the 2021 budget, but funding was suddenly halted by the city when the Brampton Beach ceased operations due to financial challenges caused by COVID-19. The history of the center's CapEx funding dates back to day one, approximately 20 years, where the city, as ultimate owner of the facility, has been routinely funding the CapEx required for the preservation of the center. For its part, the ownership group behind PA has invested more than $6 million in the center to date, well beyond the equity it was intended to as part of the original deal with the city, and without any financial return to date. The center continues to manage in the most professional and efficient manner possible to the benefit of the city and its residents, and with little financial upside for the ownership group. This requires the continued partnership of the city to fund the CapEx needed to preserve the facility. The facility is set to revert back to the city in August 2034. Upon the expiry of the ground lease, it is in the city's best interest to ensure that these necessary CapEx expenditures are made in a timely manner in order to avoid disrepair. The first item is the roof replacement, which is a built-up roof membrane. The roof, as mentioned, is 23 years old, needs to be entirely replaced, and we do have pictures attached following this slide to indicate the major problem areas. The replacement was due in 2019, as identified in the engineering report commissioned by the city in 2015. As a stopgap measure, the center has been performing temporary repairs while awaiting funding from the city. Cost to replace the roof is $1.4 million. This project was originally approved by the city in January 2021. The second item we're requesting funds for are sidewalk curb repairs, which are in very poor condition as per the 2015 engineering report. Again, pictures are attached. An increasing source of health and safety hazard for visitors, including many Brampton residents who all utilize the facility on a frequent basis. The most recent trip and fall incident was reported in September 2021. In 2019, 50% of the sidewalks and curbs were replaced. The remaining 50% requires $400,000 in funding. This project was originally approved by the city in January 2021. And I believe after that, you just look through the roof pictures. There's approximately 16 to 18 different areas within the flat roof, and these areas do mark the where there is water penetration into the facility. And these were highlighted as part of the project in 2020, prior to the start of the repair. And I believe that is it. Thank you. Questions? I'm sure there's a few.
Councillor Pleshy has the first question.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thanks, Mike, for your delegation. Mike, I guess I'll start off with COVID, and can you explain to me what you guys did for kind of the residents in the region of Peel for during COVID? How did you kind of pivot and see what else you could? How could you help the residents and what you guys had done?
Basically, our hands were tied in most regards. We were able to work with Service Ontario and Circle mainly, and we basically rented them our north parking lot to continue truck driving testing and training, which continues today. They rented our parking lot. I believe it started back in March 2020. and Monday to Friday, 8 a.m. to 4 p.m. And that was a huge contributing factor to keeping the lights on, and it also helped contribute to the trucking issue that we see now with the supply chain issues, and getting more truckers on the road and so on. We hosted we were open for that brief time we were open in 2020. We did host, as we mentioned, the Battle of the Blades. Unfortunately, they did not have any spectators. But when we were permitted to reopen, we opened and took all comers. We were limited to the number of kids that could be on the ice at any given time to a maximum of 10. And prior to reopening, we also hosted, as mentioned, the vaccination clinic for the residents of Brampton to help with first and second dose opportunities for the Region of Peel residents.
Thanks, Mike. If we could pull up those slides again on what the repairs that need to be done. Back one where you just had it. So, and I guess the solicitor will stop me if I'm going above and beyond, but I think I'm just kind of asking you the questions in terms of cost to replace the roof, the 1.4 million. How does that process work? You've identified clearly that the roof is in repair. You needed to hire somebody to see where what work needed to be done, I guess. Do you hire the contractor? Do you kind of get the best 3 quotes and go with the best, or how does that work?
Yeah, we've always, where the Capex is concerned, we've always followed the city's capital funding protocols. We go out based on the cost of the project. In this case, I believe it's over $5,000 where 3 quotes are required. We follow all the protocols. So yes, we went out. We did hire a consultant because we know ice, we don't know roofs. And through their assistance, we had more than 3 contractors come in, assess the repair, excuse me, and it was the complete replacement of the flat roof, which basically covers all the 3 community rinks. And the best quote won the bid.
Okay, and then so then you provide us with kind of the best quote, or the 3 quotes in this particular case. How does that work with your interactions with the city?
Correct. We provide a package for each project, outline the project, the cost, the 3 bids, the companies that are bidding, the cost of each proposal, and we also submit our choice of vendor. And 99.999% of the time, it is the lowest bid, and all that information is forwarded to the city, generally through the Commissioner of Community Services, and it's approved. And I guess the funding element goes through the city's finance department.
And then, Mike, we have at the city, we have kind of a replacement timeline on some of the things. In particular, rec centers. We know ice too. We know rec centers and stuff. So we have that end of life kind of projection on a lot of our assets. Do you guys have the same? Is this roof in particular? Is it along the same lines as ours? Do you know?
I guess depending on the age, I would assume so. Yes, and I guess depending on the design, I guess there's several different types of roofing out there. This particular roof was due to be replaced based on the building condition audit as ordered in 2015. After it should have been done in 2019. Other more pressing projects were pushed to the forefront, but all of the capex that we have requested since 2015 have been through the BCA based on the engineering reports, as well as the information that we were given by the builder on all the different structural elements of the building. So the roof was due to be done in 2019. It was done quite well, and it has survived to this point. But we're at the point now where the underside of the roof, the structural integrity of the building is now slowly starting to be affected by the roof leaks.
Okay, thanks, Mike. Most of my questions based off your Capex requests. I guess I have more questions along the lines of the relationship, and I think that prior to the election in 2015, 16, around the beginning of the term, 2014, the beginning of the term of 14, 15, 16, the relationship I felt wasn't the greatest between the two parties, and I had kind of not sure where we fell off, but if I was to say, from the beginning of the start of this relationship to that point, is it safe to say that the city of Brampton and you guys you feel like we've had a strong relationship?
I've been here since 2001. I wasn't here when the doors opened, and I can tell you that I have not had a negative interaction with anyone, be it council or staff from the city. I've found dealing with the city in all aspects to be extremely positive at all times. I know that everybody has their opinion of how things are done, and we've never tried to mislead anyone with anything. We've always tried to ensure that the city was at the forefront of everything that was going on, I think that over the last couple of years things may have fallen off a little bit, but I'll be the first one sitting here in front of you today to say I am more than prepared to start this moment to correct any shortcomings and rebuild any shortfalls that this relationship has endured, because the reality is that I've always respected that relationship, and we've always been very respectful of it and appreciated everything that we've been able to do together with the city.
I appreciate that, Mike. I'm not in it for your owners. I'm in it for the taxpayers of Brampton. But what's good for the taxpayers of Brampton also happens to be pretty good for the ownership of the CAA. So I think on a go forward, would love to see a great working relationship between the two. To see what some of the great things that we possibly could do in the city of Brampton with yourselves being a partner along the way, and look forward to, maybe hosting some. Listen, we have a lot of parties to catch up on because of COVID, and the CAA Center, I think, is a great location for those parties. So I look forward to those, and I thank you for your delegation. Thank you, Mr.
My pleasure. And we start back to normal this weekend with professional boxing. And if any of you are boxing enthusiasts and have some time this Saturday night, I would be more than happy to bring you in and have you enjoy the evening that we're all looking forward to. Our first step back to normal.
Thanks, Mike.
Councillor Paleshi. Our next question is from Councillor Bowman.
Thank you very much through you, Mr. Mayor. Nice to see you, Mike. Haven't seen you in 2 years. Nice to see you.
Probably. Yeah. Same here, Councillor. Thank you.
Yeah, I just had a question, and I thought Councillor Paleshi was going to go there, and so I wouldn't have anything to say, but he beat around the bush on it, so I'm going to follow it up. When we do state of good repair predictions for our own centers in Brampton, do you guys do a state of good repair that reaches out for the next 4, 5, 6 years? What needs to be done?
Yes, we have provided that. I believe we provided that a couple of years ago to Commissioner Meneses. More than happy to provide that again. It's going to be a few years old now, but we have done that in the past. Yes.
Okay, so on that state of good repairs, Mike, is the city sort of responsible, or was the city responsible for those state of good repairs, as well as anything that comes to the end of its life cycle? Like I remember compressors not too long ago.
Mm-hmm. Well, the city has always been there to fund these extremely expensive repairs, and they have done so. I think there might have been 1 or 2 years back around 2015, 2013, something like that, where the funding wasn't there, but it's always been there before and after up until this past year.
Okay, and you mentioned that there's actually holes or leaks that are penetrating the roof membrane now and going inside. Is that on the ice surfaces, or is that in other places like the bar?
Well, we have bubble gum and duct tape, but just kidding. We have we do have a roofing contractor that when something does arrive, especially over the ice surface, it is addressed quickly. It's a temporary repair designed to stop that particular leak in that area, so that it's not over the ice surface. We do have several leaks off the ice in the lobby. April is a fun time with the melting and so on. But we've done our best over the years to ensure that our repairs and maintenance does address issues like that, but just on a much smaller financial scale.
Okay, and in your CapEx requirements here, Mike, is there like a total figure that we're looking at, that you're looking for the city to get the 1.4 million for the roof and 0.4 mil for the sidewalks? Is that it, or is there more state of good repair funding that would be required?
It's an annual thing based on the BCA engineering report, and that's what we've always tried to stick to. As mentioned, sometimes things happen, and items that might have been due in a given year get pushed back, get deferred, because something else has happened. When we shut down, for instance, when we shut down in 2020 due to the pandemic, we took our ice out. That was really the first time in approximately 20 years that we had all the ice out of all the rinks at once, and we immediately noticed that our chillers failed. The rust, I guess, just over time being frozen, we couldn't tell. But once all that freezing had come out of them, with the ice being removed, we realized that they were now they had failed and we couldn't use them. We had to replace our chillers with new units, and that pushed the roof and the sidewalk projects back to 2021. Getting my years mixed up, sorry. So, but yeah, that's what we had done. We have basically followed the BCA engineering report as best we can, and when necessary, we've had to defer projects. And the city has been fantastic in working with us to understand the importance of ensuring that the building continues to operate, and there's no major shutdowns, which two blown chillers would have literally shut us down for approximately 4 months had we been open for business.
Okay, and just finally, Mike, as far as cosmetically, the seats and dressing rooms and things like that, are they covered by PA, or are they also under the Capex requirements?
A lot of items like that, repairing of seats and benches and bleachers and dressing room repairs. That's something that, depending on the cost, it's generally covered by our repairs and maintenance. But again, it comes down to the overall cost of the repair item that we look at when we are putting our repairs and maintenance budget together. But generally speaking, the major structural repairs have been covered by the city, and to a lesser extent, some of the other elements that are just beyond our financial reach. But generally speaking, we do the best we can to ensure that we include in as many repairs and maintenance in our budget as possible to address those, to ensure the safety and viability of the building for the visitors on a daily basis.
Okay, great. Thanks so much for coming in tonight, Mike. Really appreciate it.
Nice talking to you, Councillor. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bowman. We have Councillor Willens next. Councillor Willens, I don't think we can hear you yet.
Can you hear me now?
Now we can.
Okay. Oh, hang on a second. I got to turn. Well, let me see if I delete. Hang on, I'll see if I can stay on. Am I there now?
Yep, you're here.
Oh.
Yes, we can hear you. We can hear you, Councillor Willens.
Hello? Can you hear me?
Yes, Councillor Willens, we can hear you.
Hello? Hello? Can you hear me?
Yes, Councillor Willens, we can hear you.
There we are. Okay. I disconnected my phone. Yeah, hi Mike. Thanks for coming in. It's good to see you again. I guess it's been a while since I've seen you as well. Just a quick question. I know you guys have gone through some troubled times because of COVID. Did you guys receive, you can answer if you don't have to answer if you don't want to, but did you guys receive any COVID relief when you were open? I know you had some events. You said you couldn't have, you hosted Skate Canada, I think you said, but you didn't have anybody in the stadium. Did you receive any COVID relief funds for that?
Battle of the Blades, I think, is what you're referring to. That was really the only spectator events were not permitted, and Battle of the Blades decided to put the show on without spectators. So they basically paid to be in the building for I think it was 10 or 12 weeks. COVID did play with their schedule a little bit, but we did receive funding through government subsidies, as every business attempted to secure, and we did benefit from some of that. As far as business, when we were locked down, again, it was stuff outside in the parking lot where we were permitted to run the business. Indoors, Battle of Blades was just the perfect fit at a perfect time. We were allowed to reopen our doors in August of 2020, which lasted exactly 3 months before the next lockdown, and they were able to get in, set up, film their show, and shut down prior to the lockdown. Had the lockdown happened during the show, then the show would have been canceled.
Okay, but the funding that you received for the COVID relief would probably be minimal as far as keeping the operational standards up for the building. It would be more just to cover the cost of the shows that would be there. I'm assuming.
It basically was there to help cover off some payroll, the mortgage, the utilities, which continue to roll, things of that nature. Yes.
Okay, no, that's great. No, that's good. Thanks for coming in again, Mike. Good seeing you again. Thanks.
You as well, Councillor. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Willens. I'm just looking to see if there's any more questions. I don't see any councillors on the board. I do have some questions of my own. First of all, Mike, let me say that there's been some wonderful Brampton memories at the CA Centre, and we appreciate the management's ability to make those memories happen. And even just in recent years, whether it's the GT20 or having a city Garba there, we've had a variety of events. And you mentioned hockey for the homeless, which supports regeneration. I got the email that's back on in February, and just some really top-notch events happen at the CA Centre. I guess my questions are, my understanding is that the obligation for the capital upgrades, the city took care of as long as there was a professional team there. That was sort of a sweetener for the CA, for your management team's ability to have a professional team there. And given that obligation, as you know, as the basis for paying for those costs, are you close to getting another professional team?
At this point, the phone has not been ringing. I myself, Mr. Mayor, was not anticipating any interest during COVID. I think existing hockey organizations were just hopeful of getting back on the ice in their own facilities. And any thoughts of teams moving or new organizations, coming into play, I think was not something we were going to see. For this fall, we're hopeful that come 2022 that there is some interest. I mean, we're all now kind of walking on eggshells with this new variant, and as I mentioned earlier, the sports and entertainment facilities seem to be the first one to be shut down, and the last ones to reopen. So we're very conscious of that. And we're hopeful that it doesn't happen again. 2 lockdowns in a lifetime are plenty. But at this point, we did not have any hockey interest as yet. But we did have the basketball interest, which probably would have been operating in the summer 2022. But that seems to be on the back burner for now, and I'm not sure if that is due to COVID or not, but those are the two. That's the main opportunity we had directly in front of us during COVID.
Because I believe having a professional team offers benefits to the city, tourism dollars, dollars spent in and outside of the facility, and so you can understand why sweeteners like paying for the capital cost would be associated with that condition of having a professional team, and of course having a professional team comes with costs for your management group as well. Having a professional team, usually they want whether it's free ice time or other priority time slots, and so given the fact it is a boost for the city, has there been any interest or potential with Raptors 905 or the AHL? Has there been any efforts to reach out to those organizations?
Oh, there will be. There absolutely will be. I do know that there have been a couple AHL opportunities that contacted us in the past, but because of our commitment to our then tenants, was not going to be a fit, obviously. But we are going to at every turn be contacting all different levels of hockey. We have received some very minor league opportunities. But we're being very cautious about what we look at. We really want to ensure that it's a perfect fit for the venue and the city the next go around. And I truly believe there will be another go around with another professional or amateur hockey opportunity.
Okay, and I was under the understanding there was an OHL team that approached the CA Center about locating half their games there. Were you aware of this, and is there potential maybe to revisit that request as a way to, one, securing your portion of the obligations to have a professional team there at the same, and that way this issue is not outstanding?
We did. I was aware. We did receive. It wasn't for half their home games. I believe it was a complete move from one venue to another. We went down the road at great detail with this opportunity, and trust me, this was an opportunity we put every effort forward on. We really wanted to make it happen. We put our very, very best forward. They put theirs, and at the end of the day, we just couldn't get anything worked out in the time necessary. Is it off the table? For now, possibly down the road, we're not sure, but we did everything we could on our end, put our best foot forward, best foot forward to try and make that happen. We thought it was going to be a fantastic fit for the city and the venue, and unfortunately, just couldn't make it happen. And no hard feelings. It was just something that just we both sides just couldn't make happen, unfortunately.
Yeah,
Brown, if I may add to that very quickly, I think Mississauga Steelheads might be the name that you may have heard about. We tried, as Mike alluded to, we tried very hard to sort of provide a deal that was very financially attractive to the Steelheads to come into Brampton. In fact, they were desiring a rent-free arrangement, and we in many ways provided that. It was in several ways a better deal to them than it was for the Beast. And we actually provided that term sheet to the city staff in consultation with them, trying to again keep the city in the loop of all the efforts we put into to bring them over. And I think at the end of the day, the Steel has decided to kind of, they said thank you for this, but we've decided to stay in Mississauga despite all the great times we put before them. So we really honestly have not stopped to bring teams into the center. You are probably well aware of the efforts by the basketball team recently who was trying to come to Brampton. We rushed to give them a term sheet that was palatable enough for them to continue their discussions with you. And I think that conversation, certainly from our perspective, a lot of effort went into it. It didn't happen at the end of the day, but all of this, I do want to re-emphasize the point that Mike said earlier on, that we don't have a professional team or an OHL team at the center right now. And you're absolutely correct that perhaps diminishes from some of the value that the center historically has had for the residents of Brampton. But there's so much more that's happening at the CAA Center beyond having a hockey team there. All the skating, all the concerts, all the events that are constantly happening there, the film production companies that are coming to the center. I mean, you name it. This is there's so much more to the center and for the citizens than having the Beast or the battalion there. And you're correct that the Capex obligations were put into written form when the Beast came in back in 2013. But prior to 2013, dating back to day one, this wasn't in written format, and the city still continued to provide that Capex because of all the history that was there. When you look back over the last 20 years, there's been roughly about $3.5 to $4 million worth of Capex that the city has provided to upkeep the building. Only half of that was during the term of the Beast being there. The rest of it was before then. And so, I'm just hoping that the councillors are being given a chance to appreciate that this has been a complex and long history that involved us putting in a lot more equity into this building, and we did that willingly. We did our part, as the city did its part, and more than its part. And so it's been a two-way relationship, and there's a reason why the city has always been providing that Capex. It hasn't been just because the Beast was there for some period of time. I hope that's helpful color.
Yeah, no, and I appreciate the context. At the same time, as mayor and councilors around this board, we always need to look out for the best interest of the city, and if there's a contract obligation, it's something we need to be mindful of. And I just find I have groups that come to the city, MLCE being another, with the Raptors 905 and their AHL assets, talking about an interest in Brampton, and we direct them towards the CAA or the OHL team that came in with an interest, and we direct them towards you. And in both cases, or in the cases that the groups that have expressed interest, it just feels like they're so interested in Brampton. And then I know in the case of the OHL team, they reported back they weren't able to get a deal that was, in their belief, consistent with what the other agreements are in their league. And so, I guess I'm still holding out hope that we can get a professional team, because I think it would achieve what you want in terms of the city renewing its capital obligations, and at the same time would be great for the city to have a professional a team, but I appreciate the presentation and all the responses, and I certainly understand that there's a lot that happens at the CA Center beyond professional teams, and there are local memories made every single day. And thank you for what you do at the CA Center. I don't see any other questions on the board, so we could have a motion to receive the delegation. Moved by Councillor Willens. Anyone opposed? Hearing none, the motion carries. Now, Peter, we have, to the city clerk, we have 22 minutes left in our allocated time tonight. What is the next delegation on our list?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, the next delegation is item 6.6 from Tracy Pepe, the Scented Lair, and this is a budget request for the John Street Junction pilot project. So
okay.
Tracy is in the session now. Tracy, you have up to 5 minutes.
Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. First and foremost, this is not from the Scented Lair. I am presenting tonight from my nonprofit organization called My Nose Initiative. This is a nonprofit that I established as a community outreach. It is part of the Smelling Pink. We do community initiatives specifically for the downtown core of Brampton, but also for Brampton in general. So please note that I am speaking today as the president of My Nose. First and foremost, I have basically presented to council, and I have been here many times talking about the John Street Junction. And I guess the question that I need to ask and to make councillors aware is why. We are facing construction, and without a plan, we run the risk of losing business, investments, and possible new growth. And the city is really putting a lot in the innovation district. And the evaluation from other GTAs, and I have been really researching this, Yonge and Eglinton, this is a common practice to focus on outside areas where construction is. And the reason why is because residents right now, as well as businesses, compared to the current real estate markets, our property values are lower than any other in the GTA. There is constant criticism on how our downtown is in disarray. And why? To date, there has not been one plan presented to the businesses from the Region Appeal or from the Brampton BIA on how they're going to assist the locals when this construction happens. And so I, as an independent, came up with a creative idea supported by two of the councillors, the John Street Junction. I have presented it, I have funded this, I have invested my time into this, I have volunteered, and I have presented on the 31st an activation in the parking lot where residents joined us. This is going to impact directly 18 businesses. It's impacting Queen Street East. There's a phase 2 to this program, which will include Harmsworth Lane and the city property that runs behind, which is also including 26 businesses and hundreds of residents. This is really important for councillors to understand and mayor to understand. I am not speaking as a business owner today. I am here as a resident trying to revitalize a community I love. The solution was presented. I cannot seem to get funding. And so I took it upon myself and applied for a grant. The total cost of this project is $166,000. I got a grant of $113,000 that I'm going to give and work with for the people of downtown Brampton and Brampton in general. I'm putting my blood, sweat, and tears, and I have a shortfall of $52,000. This is a very time-sensitive project. I cannot stress to the community, to the councillors, to the callers, to people, how sensitive this is. In 6 weeks, the shovels will go into the ground or begin the construction process. We as businesses have been desecrated by COVID, as we all have, and the survivors that are down there now are looking for guidance and leadership. And so I'm by all means not the end all be all, but I am a pilot, and I know I can provide a solution that can be duplicated to other areas off of Main Street and Nelson. I am trying really hard to figure out a way to reach and to be heard, because as we are growing and producing economic growth and talking about innovation, it feels like we're being left behind, the current businesses and the residents who live down here in the downtown core. The services and the tenders that I have presented, and I always follow a 3-tender process, by the way, all of them excluding one company will be from Brampton. I give back, I put back, and I support. And I appreciate your time tonight. I'm passionate, as you can see, about this, and I thank you, Mayor, for allowing me the opportunity to present to you this delegation. Questions?
Thank you, Tracy. And we know how passionate you are about the downtown. It's I know at the farmers market we'd see you there every weekend, and whether it is expanding our branding at the airport or offering input on different issues. I just want to say I appreciate citizens who are passionate about the city. I'm going to look for questions. We have Councillor Medeiros, is that correct?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Tracy, again. You know, we've had a lot of chats, and I'm amazed about your energy and your passion. And, you know, it's very easy to just, you know, put up your arms and, but just some specific questions, because I do know we have to ask questions as delegations. So one was the grant that you mentioned you got of 100-something thousand. Is that something that you're allowed to share with us? Was it a federal, provincial, or?
I applied for my Main Street, which is an Ontario grant. It's a revitalizing program, and it is open to BIAs, and our BIA did not apply for it. And so I'm a nonprofit, so I took it upon myself to apply, and I'm pretty good in grant writing. And this grant, by the way, the grant writers loved the fact that this program specifically is for my Main Street, and they were so impressed with this. There's a second round of funding that comes out next year. This project, if I can kick off the first part, I am allowed to apply for a second part of grant funding to help other areas and to expand the project business.
Wow. It's amazing that you took it upon yourself to apply to the province and you got a grant. That's fantastic. I guess my second question, in terms of, I'm not too familiar. I know, you know, there was some talk about it, but you talked about at Yonge and Eglinton, they have something similar. Did I hear correctly, or do you have anything to share, like what any best practices that you've seen out there that you think would work great in Brampton?
Well, Yonge and Eglinton is an area that I'm focusing on because of the construction in the LRT, and they've extended the project more so. So there's always seems to be construction in that area. And actually, this part of the story comes from my son, who's a truck driver for the beer store. And he was explaining to me that the Yonge and Eglinton area, they have created the outskirts around the structure for truck deliveries, which has always been my issue. And what I'm asking for with this construction is how do the businesses get their supplies? But also how the apartments and the homeowners and the residents, the streets are invested in the areas surrounding the Yonge and Eglinton. So as I expressed before, the construction is going to happen. It is going to be painful. We respect that it is required by the region, but we need to do something to off-litigate and associate and help the residents and the businesses in other areas. And Yonge and Eglinton is quite successful. And you can see how they keep mitigating and working with the outside areas so that trucks and flow continues for residents and business owners.
Well, no, that's amazing. So usually per procedure, I'd like to refer this delegation to staff. But if I understood correctly,
did you apply to our grants program, or you haven't had the opportunity to?
This doesn't qualify for the grants program.
Okay, so that's why you're coming here. So yeah, I'd like to refer this to staff for a report back, and if it's something that we can get, maybe staff can answer. Is this something that we can get back pretty quickly, so we can have it part of our budget considerations?
I will say to everyone, it is a very time-sensitive situation because one thing is not only the construction, but the grant that was provided to me has to be used up by December 31st of this year. And so I'm working with the organization to see if, with approval, that they see the partnership that I'm working with the city, that they would work it on a PO base so I can issue POs because it is a sensitive time matter. I have 3 issues that I'm facing. The first issue is weather. We can't do the installation on the asphalt of these stickers until the temperature is out of winter. That is why we're doing a spring install. However, I have agreed with them that if I can get everything done this month, then we just hit go. The second part to the reasons is any kind of furniture or outdoor patio information that we're putting in the area for residents to enjoy. There is a logistics issue that we're facing from a logistics chain, so we are in realistically 18 weeks for delivery of that. So I have to kind of make a decision if the city wants to support this and wants to work with me on this project, because if I can't get the commitment, respectfully, I can't keep doing these things on my enthusiasm and my energy. It's exhausting, to be honest, Councillor.
No, thank you. I really appreciate that. So I guess the staff, not to put staff on, I think Claire's on. Do you know? Can we expect a quick turnaround for budget consideration?
Good evening, Councillor. Quick turnaround shouldn't be a problem. Just to clarify, the question is to see whether we can source that funding or whether we would recommend the funding.
Yeah, I would say the report would be twofold. One would be a recommendation, whatever recommendation, and then if it is a positive recommendation, how can we source the money?
Sure.
And I guess the other thing I would ask, because we're talking about, I'm not sure the dollars, and maybe staff, if there's anything that we can do in kind that might make up some of that 50,000.
I can share that we have been doing some in-kind support with Tracy. Certainly, I agree with you, Councillor, her passion, her commitment, and I think she's great at marketing. I'm always impressed with her marketing visions, if I can put it that way. And so earlier on in the development of this idea and this vision, staff have been working with her. Colleagues in planning and policy certainly have been involved, as well as in economic development, to look at what the project is and what can we do in kind. So we are still working through that with Tracy, but I can certainly include that in the report as well.
Okay, so and we'll get that sort of for budget consideration, or is that too much pressure?
I think we could do it by the end of the week. I'll say.
Okay. just let us know if you can't, then we'll have to find a different source. That's fine. Thank you so much again. So I'll move this as a refer to staff, and I do see that Councillor Santos is on the board, so I'll move receipt of the delegation after their comments. Thank you.
Before you go, Councillor, I would like to say I have been working very closely with the planners, economic development. The city is extremely supportive because they see the vision and the opportunities. And I want to make sure that everyone understands I'm following the protocols and procedures, and I really appreciate the support of the city. The city has been very helpful. So I'd like Councillor to know this. I haven't been doing this alone.
No.
There's a team of people that are behind me.
No, I appreciate that, Tracy, and I will say that as the chair of economic development staff did flag this and have kept myself and Councillor Vicente abreast of the work and the support that we're providing. So I am aware of it. So thank you, Tracy.
Santos.
Thanks so much, and thank you, Tracy, as well, for coming to Delegate and for your passion on the project. I love the idea. I think it's great. I just wanted to make a point of clarification because I attend the board meetings of the BIA, and I know that they did apply. You had mentioned that they didn't apply for the My Main Street grant. They did apply, and in fact, they did receive a grant from the My Main Street program, and they received a total of $124,000. $50,000 of that has been allocated for backway entrances at the four corners, and all four corners, not just the John Street junction. So that notice was actually received today. So I just want to point that out because it's possible that maybe you didn't know that. I'm not sure how regularly you're in touch with the BIA folks. Are you in touch with them regularly?
I am in touch with them, but I guess, Councillor, where I'm concerned is in the BIA's Brampton budget, there is no mention of any grants on their 2020 proposal.
So thank you, Tracy. So they did apply to the My Main Street, and they did get awarded $124,000. Again, $50,000 is allocated to the backway entrances. That notice was just received today. So you may want to touch base with them because there may be opportunities to collaborate with the BIA on this one. As you know, we always like to see people collaborating with each other. And I know that the BIA is very interested in your work and in your passion on this project as well.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it. I'm curious then, just with the new funding, will the new BIA budget be updated? And so I could understand, because one of the issues that has happened is in the beautification part of the budget, there has never been enough money allocated to do a project of this magnitude. And so that is the reason why when I'm here with council, is their passion is there for sure, but their focus or the budget allocation doesn't meet the numbers. And so it is just time sensitive, as I mentioned before, but I have talked to the BIA and I have worked with them. So I guess I appreciate you updating me on this information. But I'm just curious, will they be updating the new budget for council of 2022 to show the grants?
Thanks so much, Tracy, for those questions. So we just, because I'm on the executive board of the BIA, so as of 3 p.m. today, we received the notice about the grant funding that was received. And so the next board meeting of the BIA is on December the 14th. Where they will be discussing this for sure, and during the board meetings, which I highly, it would be great if you came and attended some of them as well. We're talking a lot about beautification of the downtown, specifically the new chair, Carrie Percival, is very much so about beautification and bringing in some of these very out of the box projects that you're presenting. So I'll just put that there. Thank you for bringing this forward again. I'm happy to follow up and make sure that Susie and/or Carrie sends you relevant information.
Thank you.
Councillor Santos, and let me just see if there's any new additions to our speakers list. There is not. So we have Councillor Medeiros' motion. Is there anyone opposed? Do you want to read it, everyone? It refers it to staff for consideration, report back to Budget Committee if possible on a recommendation regarding the project and potential funding sources and or in-kind funding.
Thanks so much, Mr. Mayor. I just want, just for the motion itself, in terms of the report coming back for consideration, can we just also make sure that the latest information that we received from the BIA regarding the grant funding that they got is included in this? We all want to see folks collaborating with each other, and it's my understanding that a good chunk of the budget is going to, that grant funding is going to be in support of projects like this. So instead of creating more redundancy for ourselves, let's maybe take a look at what the BIA might be doing as well.
Councillor Santos, I believe that could be included in the report. I think the motion is broad enough to include that in the report back. Claire, is that fair?
Yes, that's fine. We have that information.
Okay. Okay. I don't see any other speakers. So, anyone opposed? Hearing none, the motion carries.
So, Mr. Mayor, the final delegation registered for this evening is from Michael Avis, Chairman, Friends of Historic Bovaird House, and this is in regard to the Robinson Barn installation. So, Michael, you are in the session now. You can turn on your mic and your video if you so choose, and you have up to 5 minutes to address the committee.
Okay, well, Peter, let me just check with council first of all. What's the will of council? I've booked you from 7 to 9. It's 8:58. I'm to the will of council if you would like to go beyond.
Yeah, I'd like to go beyond, please. The person's already there to delegate.
Yeah, agreed.
Thank you. Okay. Michael, you have 5 minutes.
Mr. Mayor, members of the Budget Committee, thank you for the opportunity to help everyone try to understand the significance and the heritage value of the Robinson Barn. For some of you who may not know what and why we do up at Bovaird House, just very briefly, we have 38 volunteers. We contribute usually between 3,500 and 4,000 hours a year in volunteering time, or hours are logged on a daily basis. The Living Victorian Museum was created entirely with funds raised by the volunteers. There is not one single penny of taxpayers' dollars involved. Our collection now has a value of something in the area of $100,000. All the funds we generate through our special events goes 100% back to the museum. All our visitors to the museum are logged, and children under 12 are all logged on a daily basis. Because the barn in question, the Robinson Barn, actually the volunteers purchased. Actually, the volunteers are incorporated under the Ontario Historical Society. We do have a seven-member board. We purchased the Robinson Barn because it became available. It was the right size, quite diminutive. And back in 2016, that's when it was dismantled and went into storage at in the Sandalwood Worksyard. Shortly after that, with discussions with Mr. Falsarella, the architect, we did a site visit, we looked at the topography and this, that, and the other. And it wasn't long before it came up, or I don't know, he or the city came up with this figure of $1 million to rebuild the barn, which naturally raised more than a few eyebrows, which is including mine. However, that was like 4 or 5 years ago. And it's been discussed on and off since then. Parts are still in storage at the Sandalwood Worksyard. Because of the money involved and the seemingly quite enthusiastic, $1 million, it seemed like a nice round number. However, 2 years ago, the Friends of Bovaird actually re-engaged a heritage architect ourselves and provided them with the preliminary drawings and the photographs and any material we had, and asked them to look at it and give us their opinion. What he came back with, they said that I'm reading from his report here, the cost to rebuild the barn should not exceed $500 a square foot, but will more likely be in the neighborhood of $350 a square foot. And as much the square footage of the barn is quite small, about 32 feet by 20 odd feet. It's about 750 square feet, 800 square feet. But you can see this figure that the architect quoted was way less than the $1 million was being kicked around. Now I can appreciate the other costs probably factored in there with running the hydro to it or running sewers or whatever, but nevertheless, it's still quite a difference. The property originally did have a barn on it. In fact, I think it had two. Now, this alone is not justification for reintroducing another barn. However, keep in mind that pre-Second World War, 2/3 of the Canadian population actually lived on farms. And yet today, there are many, many youngsters who would never have experienced an old barn and what it represents to our farming heritage. Councillor Vincenti, I'm sure, as a member of the Brampton Heritage Board, I'm sure he'd be the first one to tell you that the loss of our heritage barns is of considerable concern, not just in Ontario, but across the country. We are losing many of the barns to developers who find them in the way and therefore an easy target for demolition. We also have a steady stream of Americans who come across the border, happy to scoop up, dismantle and ship south back across the border these heritage barns, which they then repurpose for magnificent, and I've seen some of them, magnificent residential and commercial properties. Over the years, the Historic Beauvais House has been fortunate to acquire a collection of period transportation pieces. We have two cutters from the 1880s. One is a magnificent McLaughlin cutter or sleigh. We also have a 1905 buggy from the Barry Carriage Works. And we recently acquired Dr. Beauvais's pony cart, which he purchased at the CNE in 1920 and drove it home the day that he bought it from the CNE. Along with these, we have an extensive collection of horse trappings that relate naturally to the Beauvais thoroughbred horse breeding program. We have a Beauvais single horse plow, a collection of artifacts that relate to horse breeding, which of course ties in with the Beauvais. And it would be very nice to have a display place for these pieces. As you see, the need for a heritage barn is not hard to understand. That briefly is the once-over of where we are at or where we're not at with the Robinson barn. Certainly we would like council to certainly push ahead and possibly get something into the, not the $1 million, I think that's off the box, but something in the 2022 budget. If anybody has any questions, I would be glad to try and answer them.
For the presentation, it looks like the first question, if I'm not mistaken, is Councillor Bowman. Oh, sorry, Councillor Santos, followed by Councillor Bowman.
Yes, Councillor Santos.
Thanks so much, Michael, for the delegation. And I first want to just start by saying thank you to Friends of Beauvais House. I know that you do tremendous work as volunteers and are very passionate about the Beauvais House and about sharing the history of the city of Brampton. So I just want to start off by saying that, and I appreciate the work that you're doing. So just a quick question. So Friends of the Beauvais House is the organization, the only organization that is essentially doing the programming on the site. Is that correct?
Yes, for the last 20 years.
Okay. And when was the last time the partnership agreement with the city, when was that agreement updated?
It comes and goes, but probably a couple of years ago. Or maybe less than that. Or less than that. Yeah.
The partnership agreement with the city was a couple of years ago?
Yeah, I believe so.
Okay. Okay, can I just get clarification from staff? Because I believe that we're currently in negotiations with Friends of Beauvert House in terms of an updated agreement.
Thanks, Councillor. It's Jason Tamming, Director of Strategic Communications, Culture and Events. And through the chair, the agreement, my understanding is the agreement was is from 2002, so about 18 or so years ago, and there's per council direction work underway to undertake a new agreement with the group, and so that includes a range of work with internal stakeholders and clients at the city, and then further discussions with Friends of Beauvert House, and then a final agreement would, I believe, come back to council for approval once that negotiation and work has been undertaken to finalize that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So Mr. Avis, the partnership agreement, I take it then that Friends of Beauvert House, which is a nonprofit organization, is currently working with the city, was last updated 18 years ago. Yeah. And you're in negotiations right now for an updated agreement. And when is that negotiation going to be over? When is that updated agreement scheduled to come back? I guess that's a question for staff.
Well, thanks, Councillor. I believe it would be early middle of this coming year. I don't have an exact date, but the discussions are ongoing.
Okay.
Probably Q1 or 2, I believe.
So in the new quarter, we will have an updated partnership agreement with Friends of Beauvert House, who has been operating on an agreement that hasn't been updated since 2002. My next question is whose initiative is the what's referred to in the budget, the Caledon Barn restoration, or the Robinson Barn installation that you have it here? Was this the initiative of the city or Friends of Beauvert House?
No, Friends of Beauvert House. Okay.
So the Friends of Beauvert House initiated the idea of the Robinson Barn installation. Who manages the property, or whose jurisdiction and who's responsible for the property itself? I guess that's a question to staff.
For Beauvert House?
Yeah.
Yes, well, it's a city-owned property.
So the whole property, including where the barn is going to be installed, is the responsibility of the city?
That's right.
Okay, but the initiative of the barn itself, like the idea to put it there, was initiated by the Friends of Beauvert House?
That's right, yes.
Okay.
Over the years, of course, originally on the property were barns, and also a log cabin, and the Friends were successful in securing of course, the Pendergast log house to kind of represent the one that Silverthorne built back in 1820. So we thought the perfect final addition to the property would be a barn, which would have been built by not Silverthorne particularly, but by Chisholm's, and then of course used by the Beauverts as well. So with their horse breeding business, the barn would have been integral to the property.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Avis. So I guess to staff, who is responsible for the property itself at Beauvert House? Just for clarification, Mr. Avis said that it's the city.
Yeah,
Thanks, Councillor. And through the chair, so yes, it's a city-owned building, and the city owns the property. And so when there's repairs needed to keep the facility in a state of good repair, I believe the Beauvert House in past, I don't know how it's been since 2002, and I'm somewhat new to the role in the last recent years. And so my understanding is in past years, the Friends may, depending on the needs and the repairs requested, approach a variety of departments. I'm not sure that was undertaken in a consolidated or consistent way, but might approach a variety of departments across the board on whatever was needed. And my understanding is different material costs, facility costs, and smaller things like that would be provided. And so that's something that we in Cultural Services are certainly hoping to clear up with a new agreement to have a more consolidated, consistent approach to those types of things, and not kind of have one-offs happening here, there, and the other, but more of a consistent approach to how these requests are brought forward to council, both from a financial perspective and how those are provided, and then those dollars and full awareness and transparency to the public on how those dollars are spent and how things are approached that way. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much for that clarification. And Mr. Avis, just so that you know, this term of council has really been focused on accountability, transparency. In fact, we've been asking nonprofit organizations, many of them, numerous number of them, to go through a thorough granting program called Advanced Brampton Fund, where a lot of these nonprofit organizations are having to present business cases, as well as you know, various accountability thresholds in order to access funds from the city. That being said, I guess my next question is about some of the other pieces, the beautiful pieces, the assets on the Bovaird House property. The log house cabin, Mr. Avis, you had mentioned. Was that also an initiative of the Friends of Bovaird House?
Yes.
Okay, and to the city staff, it's my understanding that part of the reason why the budget related to the Caledon Barn restoration is going to be financed through debt, currently budgeted at $1 million for the next few years, is because we can't use capital or development charges to pay for it. Is that correct?
I'm not aware of the internal workings.
Oh, that's okay, Mr. Avis. I'm asking staff because the construction of the barn is not related to growth. Is that correct?
Through the chair, that is correct.
Okay, thank you. So was the log cabin on the property of the Bovaird House related to growth? In terms of how it was paid for?
Through the chair, no, it was not.
Okay, so...
Well, the log house was donated, dismantled, moved, and rebuilt at virtually no cost to the city.
Okay, so is there, so Mr. Avis, I think, given the spirit of our council this term, and kind of, you know, from the perspective of all the other nonprofit organizations who have to also go through proper agreements with the city and an Advanced Brampton Fund granting process, etc., financing debt for $1 million to reconstruct a barn is difficult for me to support at this time, given the fact that there are negotiations that are happening right now to update that partnership agreement that is outstanding for nearly 20 years. I'd actually like to see what that partnership agreement might look like. I'd like more information from staff in terms of how much money has currently been invested into the Bovaird House property. I'm wondering, Mr. Avis, would you be interested in perhaps collaborating with other organizations to support the Bovaird House property?
Don't know how that would look, but I don't know.
Yeah, I just wonder, because right now it's only been Friends of Bovaird House that's been on that property. I'm wondering, with you know, a lot of activity happening with arts and culture right now, our cultural master plan and the Brampton plan, etc. There might be opportunities for us to have a bigger picture on that property, which honestly, as you know, is located in a premium spot at the city of Brampton. And so, you know, I think that taking a piecemeal approach in terms of what we're putting on that property might be better if we took a step back to look at a bigger picture. And also a quick question around Friends of Bovaird House in particular. Have you been able to apply for grant funding at all?
No, we have, any money we spent, we've raised ourselves.
Okay, so have you tried to looking at grant funding to pay for the barn or anything else related to Friends of Bovaird House?
No, we haven't. I've always been, I could be wrong, but I've had in the back of my mind for a number of years that some of the grants are not available if you're a city, municipal facility. I could be wrong on that, but I was always under that impression. And as much that the property is owned by the city of Brampton, it would ineligible.
Okay, so I think there might be some other opportunities to take a more wholesome look at the Bovaird House property, and it would be great if Friends of Bovaird House was open to collaborating perhaps with other organizations to take a look at that. The only other question that I have is actually for staff. Is it possible, maybe you don't have this off the top of your head, but how much have we invested in the property of the Bovaird House and kind of like the recent projects like the log cabin? I know there's a gazebo there, and anything else. If you can't answer now, that's okay. I'm planning to refer the delegation back to staff for a report back. But does anyone have an idea about how much money has been invested so far?
Well, there's no money invested in the gazebo because we built that ourselves.
Okay, so thank you, Mr. Avis. I'm asking, I'll ask staff to respond.
Through the chair to Councillor Santos, it's Mark Medeiros here. We have started to gather some information. We are aware of at least $1.3 million that has been spent thus far, but we would appreciate the opportunity to prepare a proper report and do some more due diligence.
Thank you so much. If you can, and just if you can share kind of what that money was spent on and what accounts it came out of, because if it's not growth related projects, I'm not sure where money would have been found if the city didn't go into debt for it, is my understanding. That would be great. And then the only other question I have, so I will be referring this back, Mr. Clerk, to staff for a report back on the status of the partnership agreement negotiations. I'd also like a copy of the original agreement that Friends of Bovaird House is currently operating on with the city, as well as information related to how much money has been invested so far in the property and where that money came from. What else? Oh, yes. So just, Mr. Avis, I did have a couple of calls from residents about the Bovaird House asking me questions, kind of about what the vision was for the Bovaird House and who was on the board of directors, and because there are a lot of folks still in Brampton who I think don't know what the Bovaird House is, and they shared with me they're trying to get information, but the website isn't working, and they couldn't access any more details or renderings or information about what the barn looked like, or what it's programmed to eventually be. So I just to flag that. So if maybe staff can include that in the report. Oh, and I had another question. So, Mr. Avis, what is the flexibility? So if the barn was going to be constructed and built, what is the purpose of the barn?
display place for all of the vehicles that, which we now have dismantled and stored in the cellar above Air House.
Okay, so it will be, the barn is being constructed to display farm vehicles?
Yes, vintage vehicles.
Okay, to display vintage vehicles. Is there any flexibility to utilize that space for other purposes?
Not really, because it would mean empty, if you wanted to use the barn for a barn dance or a wedding or something, because you have to empty all of the artifacts out of the building, which wouldn't be terribly good for the artifacts. So
okay,
it's a museum. It's just display space, just like Beauvais House is.
Okay, so there's no flexibility.
But
so from the Friends of Beauvais House perspective, there's no multi-purpose use of the barn other than to store old farm equipment.
That's right. It's display space.
So if the community wanted to have an event in the barn, or like a wedding, or similar to the Alderley, various other functions, the Friends of Beauvais House would not be okay with that?
I don't think it would work.
Okay.
What are we going to do with all the vehicles?
Right. Okay. Okay. Thank you. I have no further questions for now. I think just a question to staff. Would you have enough time to bring this back perhaps by Monday?
Through the chair to Councillor Santos, yes, I believe we would be able to have something for Monday.
Okay, thank you. And can you just also include in the report what as per what Mr. Avis has shared, the intention of the barn and the programming? I am getting some questions from a lot of residents. A couple of residents have called me asking me what the barn will be used for. And I couldn't give them a response, so I referred them to the website, but the website's not working. But Mr. Avis shared that the barn will be used to store historic farm equipment, and not much flexibility for other community use. Thank you, Mr. Avis.
You're welcome.
Okay, our next question is Councillor Bowman.
Thank you very much for you, Mr. Mayor. I'll ask the questions that I have without people texting me the questions to ask, so I'll be brief, Michael. Mr. Canning, do you have access to the records from Joan Doan from 2016 and 2017?
I missed that, Councillor Bowman. What was that?
No, that's okay. It was to Mr. Tamming.
Oh, okay. Sorry.
Thanks, Councillor. When you say records, I'm not sure what you're referring to, but I could speak with Kelly and get back to you. But if you have more clarity, that would be helpful.
Okay, because there was an agreement that was hammered out not too long ago, because Beauvais House had to provide certificates of insurance as part of the new agreement. So there is an agreement somewhere there, which needs to be found. Mr. Tamming, can you tell me how much has the city invested in heritage and culture in the past couple of years?
Thanks, Councillor. Heritage doesn't fall under my portfolio, so I believe it's under planning. So Commissioner Forward's group, and with respect to culture, I wouldn't have that number offhand. You mean like the full budget for the culture team, or spending with third-party stakeholders?
Spending on the whole team, I would imagine, because this is
I can pull that up. What range are you looking for?
Oh, just in the last couple of years, specifically on heritage.
Okay, for Heritage, I'd look to Mr. Forward's team with the Heritage Planning
yeah.
Group to speak to that.
Through the chair, it's Richard. We've got Bob Yarke on the line, and perhaps Bob can speak to this one.
Sure.
Thanks. Through the chair, in terms of the city's budget, we do have, heritage planners. We have a heritage team. We have programs, including incentive programs, which is probably where most of the funding would be provided. In terms of sort of the public education and the cultural heritage element, we've looked to Friends of Bovaird to deliver this program. We don't provide any direct funding. This is a sort of mutually beneficial arrangement where Friends of Bovaird has really proceeded to deliver a lot of the heritage elements that the city would be wanting to see happen on this site on our behalf. So we've got a working relationship with them as in terms of the operations. That's more Mr. Tamming's group, but in terms of heritage and direct investment in this kind of work, that isn't something that we have put much in for specific heritage projects or events or those sorts of things. I mean, as we are looking at the heritage program, there are things we would like to be doing to do more public recognition. Most of the work right now, given the volume of development activities, is focused on the development review and the regulatory aspect of heritage properties, including the Brampton Heritage Board, which takes the bulk of the staff time at this point. Certainly happy to work with others.
That's a great answer. And as the city grows, we're spending millions and millions and millions of dollars on moving the city forward, and we're spending virtually nothing on preserving the past of this city. Is that correct?
I think I'd perhaps characterize it that through the development review process and certainly some of the opportunities there, we've certainly done preservation. There are the elements for review, and certainly things like some of the existing heritage properties that have gotten upgrades for sure. We have not perhaps done as much as we would like to in terms of public promotion and celebration. We in terms of operating or promoting some of these more public aspects to heritage, but as we put monuments or we put interpretive centers onto some of the work that's being done, there's certainly that element. But so I wouldn't want to imply that there isn't anything being done in heritage or that the certain elements are being made. We certainly do have a heritage program that does support renovation upgrades for designated homes and those sorts of things. But in terms of a robust program, I wouldn't say that we have anywhere near what we would probably like to be doing.
Okay, and how important is heritage, knowing what the city was and having a museum there and having people being able to go there and see what was actually happening 150 years ago in the city of Brampton? How important is heritage to a city?
Well, that's a fairly large question. I would simply say that there is provincial direction legislatively that is something that we need to recognize. It's important for all sorts of reasons. Certainly has been well recognized in the work that the city has been doing, whether it's through 2040 vision or all sorts of those elements. Recognizing where the city comes from, is an important component, and it is embedded in the official plan and the work that is being done. And certainly those things have value. It certainly comes up when you're talking to residents and that. How those things are balanced is really something that is ultimately a council decision, and we take that direction.
Okay, perfect. Thanks, Bob. I guess the next question is to Nash. The money for Bovaird for the Robinson Barn, the Caledon Barn, was budgeted over the past two budgets, and it continually gets moved off. And this year, for some reason, it got moved into external debt financing. What was the reasoning for putting an expense like the barn into debt financing instead of on the tax base, as where it was?
Thank you, Councillor. Through the chair, I
Councillor Bowman, I personally was not involved in that part of the discussion, so I will ask my colleague Mark to give some insight into that.
Through the chair, thanks, Nash, and to Councillor Bowman. Basically, when we're looking at our funding model, and we have this project in the past, the pieces of the project in the past were to kind of upkeep some of the assets, and in some cases to build. And yes, we did use Reserve 4. We have been trying to keep Reserve 4 for its true intent, which is repair and replacement of assets. So when we saw this request, we were trying to fit it into buckets, and we viewed this kind of as a new and enhanced service. So not, R&R of cities' existing assets. So at that point, we're at a point where we had a choice between either our strategic reserves or debt. So the choice of debt was made. Having said that, if council wishes, we can definitely go back and consider options to change the funding source to either strategic reserves or back to Reserve 4 if council feels that that's the appropriate source.
Okay, thanks, Mark. The Bovaird House property is a property owned by the city, is it not? I guess that's Richard.
I guess, Councillor Bowman, through the chair, that yes, the property is owned by the city.
Okay, and when the property was deeded to the city or sold to the city, I believe it was for $2. It was basically given to the city to be maintained as a sort of historical site. Is that true?
That's my understanding. I haven't looked at the documentation, but that is my understanding. Perhaps others would have the details on it.
Okay, and do we have any other facilities anywhere in the city of Brampton, owned by the city of Brampton, that are that historical in nature, that are open to the public, that a group volunteers has worked hard to provide everything that's in the house because the house was empty, and paid for it all? Do we have any other groups like that?
Not to my knowledge, no.
Okay, so this is basically the only heritage museum that we have in the city of Brampton, and the city owns it.
Now, whether it is fundamentally referred to in our classification as a museum or not, I'm not sure. But functionally, I think that statement's correct.
Okay, yeah, and if it were to be actually deemed a museum, it would have to go through a number of iterations. It would have to have a change. It would have to have curators. It would have to have people who work in there. It would have to have all sorts of facilities for cleaning and cold storage. The work
there are criteria for it, yes.
Absolutely. So I don't think the city wants to go down that road in terms of an expense, personally, because now you're talking millions and millions of dollars to do that. Is HR on the line?
Yes, I am. Good evening.
Okay. Can you tell me what the value of the Friends of Bovaird House volunteering and running this historical site would be to the city?
Thank you for the question, Councillor. I would have to look into that to provide you with that information as soon as I can.
But it's definitely a savings from the city running a museum.
Yes, it would be in terms of labor cost.
Okay, and for over 20 years, that would amount to a lot of money, I would guess.
Yes, I would agree with you.
Yeah, thanks. Last question is maybe Mike Parks, because it's under his budget right now. Mike, when we improve properties, just like a park, for instance, when we improve that property, where does the funding come from? For instance, a shade shelter, for instance, on a property. Maybe Mike's not with us.
I am sorry, Counselor, but
sorry.
Through the chair, that would be an operating. It depends on the nature of the improvement, but there's an operating maintenance budget that we would maintain all the properties that we deal with, just the same as we do the rest of the infrastructure that's owned by the city.
Okay, so if we go ahead and build this barn that the Friends of Beauvert House bought and dismantled piece by piece, and with their own money, and we had to buy more and apply for special permits and grants and heritage grants, that still becomes 100% city property, correct?
Through the chair, I would I assume that because it's on our property, it's improvements to our property, so it would be retained as ours.
Okay, so this isn't like giving money to a not-for-profit agency. This is building something on city property that's going to become part of a heritage site that gets people visiting it all the time, that's totally run by volunteers, that doesn't cost the city anything, correct?
Through the chair, that's the way it sounds at this point. I imagine there would have to be some sort of agreement as far as the gratuitous donation from the Friends of Beauvert. But yeah, that would make sense. Yes.
Okay. Thanks, Mike. So I'm gonna finish up because I don't want to keep this going any longer than we have to. I find this. I don't even have words to describe this. You know, we have an organization that has been providing a service to the city for 20 years. We have an opportunity to put on this property another replica of a heritage barn that would have been used at the time back then of the barns. We have the opportunity to display sleighs and vehicles and implements in this barn for all the people to come and see for free whenever they want on city property. And we have an organization that's providing a service to the city for 20 years at no cost and continuing to do it, in the words of Bob Yerke, very well for the city. I do not understand why things are getting dragged into this. This is an asset. This is an asset that we're putting on a property. The city owns it. The city will own an asset. The question here is, do we want a heritage asset added to this site, which is the only heritage site that we have in the city? It's as simple as that. Do we want a new heritage asset on this property? The city's going to own it. The city owns the property. It's not like we're going to have, other not-for-profit agencies coming and using a museum. That's just that's out of the question. The articles in the museum that have been bought and paid for by the Friends of Beauvert House, what are we going to do? Just have a dance in the middle of Pendergast Cabin with $100,000 worth of antiques in there? Come on, that's out of the question. And so, I am having a difficult time, first of all, understanding why this continues to be put off year after year after year. We have had the pieces to this barn sitting there for several years. In fact, they weren't stored properly the first time, and we've actually lost some of the pieces. So we have to replace them. Is Mr. Batoni on the line?
Yes, I'm here, Councillor.
Okay, do we have the opportunity to look at a couple of other barns that are already on properties that have development plans that we might be able to use more parts of?
My staff are investigating all options here, including reclaiming material from other barns, but also the potential to build new using heritage methods and material.
Okay, and we've already had, or Beauvert has already had, its engineers say that this would not cost more than $500,000, but yet we continue to try and put $1 million into the budget. Why is that?
Well, we can get into a little bit of detail. I also have one of my staff here who has worked on the validation of this. Michael Avis did point out specific in terms of costs that speak true to the validation, but there are additional costs and work associated to the job. And if I could get Peter to speak to that, he should be on the line.
Yes, thank you, David. Through the chair, I can provide some additional details to the cost breakdown as we understand it at the moment. So we have gone. We've actually reached out to Heritage heavy timber frame barn reconstruction experts and validated that the actual erection cost of the barn members are in the order that Mr. Avis has talked about. However, there are other costs associated with properly siting this barn, and also bearing in mind that its use is changing from an agricultural building to essentially an assembly occupancy with its use as a display space. So there are site works that are involved, in terms of reinstating footings and foundations, sidewalks and pathways and landscaping and signage and things of that nature. There are some electrical requirements for interior and exterior lighting, security cameras, main power. There will be some requirement for fire protection services, not sprinklers, but certainly smoke detectors and heat detectors and things of that nature. There are the typical contingencies that we apply to all construction projects, which bring total construction costs to above $500,000, just shy of $600,000. And then there is, we also have design costs. We have to hire consultants. We have already hired consultants to review the material and understand its structural capacity and what can be used and what we need to augment.
Okay, and
sorry, Councillor, go ahead.
yeah, sorry, I was just going to say, and this barn is 640 square feet, correct?
Well, that is an option. There's an option here. I mean, the Robinson barn is an authentic bank barn. It originally had 2 floors. It had a stone foundation. It had a drive bank where the equipment would be driven into the upper level. So that is a decision that still is being validated, whether or not to build the full barn as it was with the stone foundation and use it in a more authentic way, or to reconstruct a less elaborate version, which would be effectively only the upper portion. And
I thought we had already sort of decided that it would just be a stone facade on the bottom with a concrete base and the 1 floor. I thought we had already decided that, but anyways, thank you very much, Peter. I'm not gonna introduce any motion right now because we need to do that in the proper order, I guess, when we do our public works, I guess, maybe Monday. So I see there's a lot of other people left to speak, so I'm just going to let them talk. Thanks very much.
Sorry, it's Mike Parks. If I could just interrupt for one moment, I just wanted to a point of clarity with respect to what I mentioned earlier. When the actual barn was it was formally donated to the city back when it was shipped, and there was a donation agreement associated with that.
Yeah, thanks, Mike.
The next question is Councillor Fortini.
Oh, God.
No, I think it's me.
Sorry, I'll double check the list.
Councillor Wellens before me.
Yes, you're right. Correct. Councillor Wellens.
Always right, Mr. Mayor. Thank you very much to you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Michael. Michael is still on. I see him there, and I'm hoping you're recovering nicely. Michael, it's good to see you again. I haven't seen you in a while. This is really getting overworked here. One thing we have to remember is the contributions that the Bovaird family made to the city of Brampton, the town of Brampton back then. Many of you haven't been around, but I actually knew the Bovaird family. In fact, I used their horse-drawn carriage for my wedding to leave Christ Church, is one of the oldest churches in downtown Brampton, to Gage Park for our wedding pictures. The Bovaird family contributed a lot to the city of Brampton. There's a lot of history behind that. It's actually Bob Bovaird retired from the city of Brampton. He had a nice career with the city of Brampton. He was one of the first people I worked with when I got hired by the city of Brampton back in the early 80s. I know I'm dating myself, Mr. Mayor, and you always comment on that, but this is a very significant spot. Bovaird Drive was actually not Bovaird Drive. That was a Highway 7 bypass back in the day. So we have to remember that, and it's important, and Councillor Santos made some points about as the city grows. But yes, as the city grows, you do have to look into the future, but you always have to treasure the past. You always have to remember the past. So thank you, Michael, for coming in here today. Thank you for all your work you've done to preserve the heritage in Brampton. It's very important that we move forward with this. Councillor Bowman is absolutely right. The agreement's put in place a long time ago, and there was an agreement put in place not so long ago, as Michael said, because they did have to provide proof of insurance. It was over a fireplace. So thank you very much again, Michael, and I'm fully supportive of whatever motion Councillor Bowman brings forward. But he's right, we do have to do it in the appropriate order. So thank you once again.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Willens. Our next speaker is Councillor Fortini.
Mr. Mayor, just a couple questions to start. So my understanding, this was donated, the land to the city for $2.
Yes, Councillor. That's the understanding I have.
And the agreement is, if we want to build a building there or something, we're not allowed?
Well, I believe it is, and others may have more background on this than me, but is intended as a heritage use. In deference to the uses that were there to celebrate and use it as a facility for public benefit. So there would be elements, as long as it's consistent with that, there of course I think would be the opportunity to add other structures, such as the one we're discussing.
Yeah. How big is this parcel?
I don't have that with me. Perhaps somebody else might have that with them, or.
It's thinking about 2 acres, Bob.
Okay, great.
Roughly.
Well, 2 acres donated to the city for $2. Okay. One more thing. Why was this put up? It's been 3 years now, and this hasn't been resolved to the treasurer. Why has it been put off year after year?
Through the chair, Councillor, I think this is more of a question for maybe BDC or our construction group. From a finance perspective, we just make sure that the funding is available when it's asked for, and we move according to the needs of the business.
Okay. Anyway, I got briefed on this today. One of my students that was working with me last summer, Evan Cameron, he does a lot of volunteer with you, Mike, and all, and he told me all the hard work you guys do and all the hours. So, it's funny that the land has been donated, but here we are complaining, well, we got to put there. Well, it was donated for that reason. So I don't see why we have so many challenges here. If it wasn't donated, it would have been sold. We would have seen something else being built there. So I'll wait for the motion. And Mike, thank you so much for all you do and being honest and answering all the questions. And I know you're going through some health things, and I wish you all the best. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Fortini. Our next speaker is, I'll just verify, Councillor Basante.
Thank you very much, Mayor. And I just want to add to some of the comments that Councillor Santos provided, and also in listening to Michael and the delegation, and want to just confirm that I met with Peter a week ago and Public Works staff to look at the barn pieces and to assess for myself what it is really that we're looking at. And I know that staff have prepared a preliminary report, and I do believe that some members of council have already seen the report and know that we're working with pieces of a barn that originally came from a property in Caledon, and unfortunately, due to so much time, and perhaps they were already damaged before, that a lot of the pieces will not be able to support themselves so that, you know, an engineer can sign off on them, etc. And so staff have been, I think, jumping and trying to find ways to make this work, and they have been looking at other barns that perhaps are imminently to be demolished, and to see if those pieces can be salvaged and integrated with the pieces from this Caledon barn. And we also know that none of the exterior of the original barn is present. In other words, whether it's roofing or exterior walls, the material will be essentially brand new. I hadn't heard the term used before for a replica barn, but I heard it here tonight. And, you know, I have had many conversations, and Michael Avis will attest to, you know, the kind of detail and work that goes into preservation, restoration of heritage properties. Michael Avis was quite helpful to me personally when I was going through a pretty extensive project, and we talked about how important it is to maintain that authenticity and to try to use as much of the original material as is possible. But in my conversations with staff, I have to be very honest. If we're talking about the Robinson barn or the Caledon barn, a lot of it is gone, and there are only a few pieces left. And so when we mix those pieces with others, is it really a heritage project, or is it something else? The Pendergast log cabin, which is on the Bovaird House property, is a fantastic building. And when you walk through it, you are looking really at the authentic building that was hidden for so many years under layers of brick, etc. But with this, you know, we have to really ask ourselves, is this authentic enough for us to say to future generations, look, here is a barn, and this is something that was put here, and we picked it up from somewhere else. I heard it stated that we had decided that we would not rebuild the lower level of the barn, and that we were just going to build a facade foundation. I don't think council has ever made any decision in that regard, and so I just wanted to point that out. With respect to fundraising, I just will share here that I've had the privilege over the past 3 years of working on the board of Friends of PAMA, and I can tell you that that board, the way it is established and the way it is structured, that board has been very effective at fundraising. And, you know, Friends of Bovaird House have talked about how they fundraise, but I'm surprised to hear that they have not been eligible, or for whatever reason have not been able to apply to grants. I can tell you that PAMA does apply for grants. Okay, and PAMA does apply for grants, and they have been quite successful at getting funding to help them pay for various projects around that museum. And so I would like to see how the city can work more closely together with the Friends of Bovaird House and to better manage this property, because if we are going to continue to support and preserve and build on this on this asset that belongs to the city, we want to make sure that we're doing it right, and that I think perhaps the city should be taking a much greater role. And, you know, the city has been there. I know early on in this term of council, through my work at the Heritage Board, we approved spending to do improvements at the existing the Beauvert House itself. And so the city has supported this organization and helped build it and helped to maintain the property. But I think we need to look carefully at how we can do this work together and do it better and support, particularly when it comes to grants capacity, because if we're going to ask taxpayers to support something like this, we need to know that it is ultimately sustainable and that it respects the work that we do in other areas around the city and the kind of work and level of commitment that we expect from those groups when they come to the city and seek support. And so I know that the Friends of Beauvert House are entirely volunteer run, and we respect that. But I think for the future sustainability of this asset, we want to see how we can do it better. And so I'll wait for the report to come back. And I wanted to make sure that we, in the rendering of this report, that we, I just lost my train of thought, that, you know, that we get as much information back so that members of council can have the information that we need as we continue to look at this and decide whether or not this should be a priority for us, and that if we should be using, whether it's debt or taxpayer funds, that it's being done correctly. Thank you, Mayor.
Councillor Basante. We have Councillor Paleschi up next.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Avis, it is so nice to see you. It has been a long time. Councillor Vicente, I was following along with kind of what you were saying and understanding kind of your flow until you talked about PAMA, where PAMA has the regional army behind them, paid positions. They have that opportunity for grant funding. But we do have to remember these are volunteers, and I don't know if the city has ever come to their support to help them. Like we have tons of community groups that ask us for help in grant writing. You know, Friends of the Beauvert House shouldn't be any different, and we certainly should be helping them in any grant applications that we can see in the future. And a lot of people have said, you know, why has it come this far, and what's, you know, why has it been kicked down the can been kicked down the street for so longer? And I gotta tell you, I recall vividly that in full support of Councillor Bowman saying that this is way too much money to be paying for the erection of this barn. It's astronomical, and this is exactly how, you know, politics and the public sector screws up huge opportunities like this. You know, if it wasn't for the public sector and this was just, you know, somebody on a piece of property, you could make a phone call, hire some Mennonites, and get this thing done in a day for not even a quarter of the cost. Why we're adding cameras and lights and security systems and smoke detectors, I don't understand. I really don't. I have a barn in an area that I represent that, you know, used to sit on Pearson Airport, and it was moved from Pearson Airport before they built the airport over to Heritage Road, and I know the owner very well. We can have any piece of that barn that we want to try and help and construct this. And I think one phone call up to Mennonite country. I know a lot of Mennonites up there that'd be happy to come down and build something like this at a fraction of the price. And that's what Councillor Bowman and myself have been talking about for years. We've been kicking it back to staff to say, that's too much money. It is too much money. And I think that's what Councillor Santos is saying too, is that is a lot of money to house, for a lot of people, old tractors. Antiques, yes. I love to see antiques. Not everybody loves to see antiques. People will say, those are old tractors. So that's a lot of money to house some old tractors. But it is a lot of money to house antiques as well. So I think we need to kind of have a relook at this to say, let's not publicize this in terms of putting all of the fine aspects that the city has to offer with security. Let's put a security guard on the route of the Beauvert house, and let's call some Mennonites to come down and they can pick apart the barn on Heritage Road and help build this thing for, I'm telling you, not even a quarter of the cost that's before us. And I think that's an opportunity that we should be looking at. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Mayor, since I was mentioned, if I may, just quickly.
Sante?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. And I agree with you, Councillor Paleshi, that this property and this organization does deserve to have more involvement from the city, and that is precisely, I think, some of the points that I tried to make. Maybe I didn't articulate them well, but let's see where we can do more to make this a better place for Bramptonians to visit and to experience. Thank you.
Willens, we have you on the board again.
Yes, just a quick comment. Maybe this is to staff, maybe this is to the Heritage. I'm not sure who this would be to, but to put it into perspective, my uncle in the Ottawa Valley took a log home from one side of Highway 17 to the other side of Highway 17 on another property he owned. He rebuilt that log cabin. It's inhabitable. He did it on his own at 71 years old. So to tell us it's going to cost $1 million to build a barn, come on.
Comment, or would you like a response from Mike Parks?
No, that was just a comment.
Okay, that's what I thought. Going back to my list, I see we have Councillor Bowman.
Thank you very much, through you, Mr. Mayor. I was going to wait to do this till later, but you know what? The conversation has gone on and on and on and on. We're talking about a $500,000 project in the face of a $1 billion budget that we're looking at. And I think that this is sort of detracting from a lot of the really important things that we've got to talk about in the budget. So, Peter, I would like to bring my motion forward now and put it on the floor and have it voted on. And if it passes, this is done. We can move on to the rest of the budget and not have to worry about debating this again and again and again. So if you can put my motion on there, and I'd like a recorded vote. And the motion is simply that we take that $1 million budget that was proposed for this year in last year's budget, and we divide it. We take $500,000, we put it into the budget for 2022 using the tax-funded base. And if the $500,000 that we
Point of order?
Yes?
Point of order. I'm
Yes.
so sorry.
Councillor Santos.
Through Mr. Chair, normally for delegations, do we not like a motion to refer to staff is what is procedurally what is supposed to happen? I'm not sure if you could table a motion.
Yeah, I will ask the clerk for
Yeah.
a clarification.
So through you, Mr. Mayor, so yes, normally for delegations, it would just be to either receive it or refer it to staff. However, we are in the Budget Committee, and there is going to be an appropriate time. I'm sure members have motions to introduce. There was a statement that the mayor made early on. I don't know if it was Monday or Tuesday, when some other members had some possible motions to introduce, and the statement from the mayor was maybe to hold those motions down until we get into the departmental budgets. But it's entirely within the purview of Budget Committee. After dealing with the referral of the delegation from Mr. Avis, if committee wishes to consider Councillor Bowman's motion now or to hold it down for consideration with the departmental budgets. I leave that in the hands of committee. It's entirely in the committee's hands on that.
Councillor Bowman, given that response from the clerk, and there is a request for additional information, a staff report by the week's end, are you okay with dealing with this on Friday or Monday?
No, I'd like to deal with it now, Mr. Mayor. We've got Mr. Avis here. We're talking about the barn structure. We've gone through almost an hour of discussion about the barn. I think it's completely appropriate to ask for this now. And like I said, I want a recorded vote, and if people don't want to support it, that's fine. But I think we've talked about this enough. We can move on. Like I said, it's a minuscule part of this huge budget that we've got to deal with, that we've had other delegations on. Let's get this out of the way. We don't need to revisit it, and we can move on to the rest of the budget.
Okay, we have now a long speakers list. Councillor.
Sorry. Was Councillor Bowman finished what he was saying?
Councillor Bowman, you placed a motion on the floor. Did you have additional questions?
No, I was just describing what the motion is, to take the $500,000, put it into into the 2022 budget. And if we don't spend the $500,000, then the $500,000 that's left in 23 goes back into reserves. I don't see what the big problem is here. And that's the motion I've got.
Okay, so do you have any additional questions, Councillor Bowman?
Nope, thanks.
Okay, we'll go to the list. Councillor Santos.
Thank you so much. I actually had based on some of the conversations, Mr. Chair, had another motion related to this, which I followed procedurally the advice of the clerk to table appropriately during the public budget. And that motion was held off on Monday, which is fine. But based on the discussion here, some of my concerns are in regards to the fact that we are currently in negotiations with Friends of Bovaird House for an updated agreement. And there are many nonprofit organizations who would be very happy to have the same privilege as Friends of the Bovaird House and have access to this type of money from the city. And so I think that and I know that Councillor Bowman is very much in favor of accountability and transparency, etc. I think that it would be appropriate for us to wait until those negotiations are over so that we can understand what that new partnership agreement looks like, to include, perhaps what that means in terms of the city's relationship with respect to this potential barn being built. I think that it is irresponsible for us to be allocating money in a situation where we're currently in negotiations with an organization and updating an agreement. And that's one of my concerns. Again, the Advanced Brampton Fund itself, which is about $500,000, ends up going to numerous nonprofit organizations. And in this here, which is a motion that is just suddenly tabled on the floor to put forward money to build a barn that is going to house old tractors, and it was clear that there's no flexibility for other community use. That to me is irresponsible. And Councillor Paleshi brought up some very important points as well in terms of looking at other ways for this to be potentially funded. I also want to point out that, you know, we've spent over an hour on this debate on the barn, originally budgeted in debt for $1 million. Now Councillor Bowman is suggesting that it should be $500,000, contrary to what the staff have been saying to us in terms of building it. Councillor Vicente brought up points that it's actually not, it's kind of a new barn. It's not even really going to be a heritage barn as originally intended. So I have a lot of concerns about what's happening.
Point of order.
Order, Councillor Willens.
Peter Fay, maybe you can correct me if I'm wrong, but was this item not in the budget discussions? Oh,
Peter?
Oh, sorry, through you, Mr. Mayor. I wasn't sure if that question was directed to me or to finance.
yeah, sorry, Peter. Sorry, Peter. Was this discussion, the barn was it not in the budget?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, the barn is part of the budget submission. I believe it's under the capital budget.
Okay, thank you. So for Councillor Santos to go on about other non-profit groups through that fund we have is not really related to this subject. So Councillor Bowman's motion has every right to bring it to the floor right now because this was part of the budget deliberations for 2021.
Thank you, Councillor Willens. I'm not clear as to what the point of order was.
I'm not speaking to you, Councillor Santos. I'm talking to the clerk for a point of order. This is part of the budget discussion. This is part of the budget deliberations.
Okay, Councillor Willens, but you named me, so on a point of personal privilege, I'm not clear as to what you're referring to.
Well, you, in all due respect, you were talking about other not-for-profit groups that aren't in this budget. This is in the budget.
No, I'm not. I was comparing the amount of money being awarded to Friends of Beauvais House's initiative, which is the barn restoration, relative to the Advanced Brampton Fund and the other nonprofit organizations who have to share, all the money, grant money within that small pool of money. Meanwhile, this motion, through last minute decision of Councillor Bowman that he is tabling, is assigning $500,000 to a barn restoration project for old tractors that Mr. Avis said that was all it was going to be used for. And Friends of Beauvais House.
Point of privilege, please.
I'm not disagreeing
we
with Councillor Santos,
we have multiple points of privilege right now.
My point, I have the point of order on the air.
Okay, Councillor Willens. What is your point of order?
The point of order, this item is in the budget deliberations.
Okay, thank you for your point of order. Councillor Santos has the floor. Councillor Bowman, you had a point of order as well?
Point of privilege, yes, since I've been mentioned several times. There is a huge difference between what Councillor Santos is talking about and this. She keeps going on and on about other not-for-profit agencies getting access to funds. This is a city-owned property. This will be a city-owned asset. The other not-for-profit groups, they're not getting money and giving it back to the city. This is totally different. This is a construction project.
Councillor Bowman, I think we're debating. I don't think that's a point of privilege. I have you on the board. I've got everyone on the board. Everyone can have their chance to speak to the motion.
Okay, well, I'm not on the board, so that's okay.
Okay, Councillor Santos.
I saw the floor. Thank you, Mr. Chair. So my point here is that there is a nonprofit organization that is currently in negotiations with the City of Brampton for a new partnership agreement. And I don't know where the city is in terms of our relationship to the barn. Councillor Bowman just pointed out that the barn and the property of the Beauvert house is city property. It is city owned. Correct. That's correct. But my understanding from this delegation today is that the programming of the space and that this initiative of the barn itself is an initiative from Friends of Beauvert House, not the city. It's the Friends of Beauvert House initiative. And so my point is, giving $500,000 to an initiative of Friends of the Beauvert House, which does not have any flexibility to allow other uses of, the barn restoration, compared to all the other nonprofits in the city of Brampton, who have to apply through a very vigorous, transparent, and accountable granting process to access fraction of $500,000 is unfair. It's completely unfair. And I'm not comfortable going through something when I haven't seen what the new partnership agreement is with the nonprofit organization Friends of Beauvert House. With all due respect, I understand they're a voluntary organization and a nonprofit. I respect that very much. But the reality is I don't know what that agreement looks like. So I would like to see what that agreement looks like before we award $500,000 to a project that was not initiated by the city. It was initiated by a nonprofit organization, Friends of Beauvert House, with all due respect. And I also don't know what the rush is in constructing it. We are in the midst of a pandemic right now. We have so many different priorities, and we're looking at potentially going into debt on something that Councillor Bowman seems to be rushing through. I don't understand it myself. So, if possible, I would like to make a friendly amendment. I'd like to amend this motion and include that the $500,000 be assigned after we get confirmation of or a proper, a complete, or approved partnership agreement with the Friends of the Beauvert House. And I have one further amendment, and the other further amendment is in regards to a bigger plan with respect to this property. It seems to me that the way the plan on this property is being driven by one organization. The log cabin, the gazebo, now the barn. Like it's not the city driving, it's not the city's initiatives, it's city property, but it's not the city that's driving this. And I think that's part of the problem in terms of the difference between what PAMA does and what this property does, and what this museum does. The initiatives of this property and this heritage site are driven only by one organization that has an outstanding partnership agreement. So this council has all been about accountability and transparency here. And I'm not quite sure why Councillor Bowman, given all of the lack of information that we have on this project, is pushing this through. So I'd like to make an amendment, if Councillor Bowman would entertain that.
No. And again, I've been mentioned again, the rush to get this through is that this has been kicked down the road for years, and it's time to get the project done, period.
So you are willing to go into, this is a question to the mover of the motion, you are willing to get into to spend $500,000 of taxpayers' money, possibly in debt, on city debt, for a barn that is initiated by a nonprofit organization that currently is in negotiations for an updated partnership agreement.
Councillor Santos, the motion takes it out of debt and puts it back where it was 2 years ago. And this is city property. It will be city barn. This has nothing to do with any agreement with anybody. This is putting a heritage barn on a heritage property that's open to the public.
With all due respect, Councillor Bowman, through you, Mr. Chair, this is an initiative of Friends of Beauvert House, not the city. Not the city. This is an initiative of Friends of the Beauvert House, not the city. And the city will own it, correct? The city will own it, but you're suggesting that we go through this process without even knowing what that agreement is with that nonprofit organization that actually initiated this project.
The same nonprofit organization that's been running this for over 20 years with, as what Bob Yerke says, is a very good track record. Yes.
In the midst of a pandemic.
Okay, Councillor Santos.
Councillor Santos, you have the option to vote
Councillor
against
Bowman, Councillor Bowman, Councillor Santos, please don't debate back and forth. Can we respect the person who has the floor? We just can't have this turn into, a Q&A back and forth. So please, we've got a long list. It's 10:23. Can we have one speaker at a time?
Okay, sounds good. So I think that it would be very responsible of us to look at what the updated partnership agreement is. It's just coming in Q1. And the reason is because it's Friends of Beauvert House who will be doing the programming of this barn. So, like, in other circumstances, would this not actually require an RFP process?
So Santos, that's a question to procurement or to the treasurer if this would require an RFP?
Correct.
Okay, over to staff. Or to the city solicitor? Can we have an answer for that question?
Yes, through the chair. If I would imagine that yes, it would require an RFP if this is an outsourced service or project.
Okay, thank you. And so I would like to add the pending execution of an up-to-date partnership agreement. And I would also like to see what the bigger picture is for this site in terms of a strategic plan from the city of Brampton for what the site will be in future years, because it seems that the future of this site and the planning of this site is being driven by only one organization, without actually the city taking a bigger picture look at what is happening to this site.
Your amendments. We also have a lengthy list of speakers. Councillor Santos, have you finished your questions for now?
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, our next speaker is Councillor Vasante.
Mr. Mayor. And I'm going to call the question.
Okay, so we have Councillor Vasante. Was that Councillor Vasante that called the question? Councillor Vasante has the floor.
It was Councillor Fortini, right after Councillor Santos.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, Councillor Fortini, I have as next on the list as well.
Okay, yes, and I looked back there. You're right. Councillor Fortini.
I call the question.
So the question has been called, Mr. Mayor, so you'll take a vote. A majority of call the question will then mean that we will go right to the vote unless there are any members who have not yet spoken on this matter wish to speak. And members who have not yet spoken, I have ours Councillor Singh, Councillor Dillon, Councillor Williams,
and myself.
Yes.
I have not spoken to the motion either.
I have not spoken to the motion either.
Oh, my apologies. I'm thinking of the whole debate, but that's to the motion either. So my suggestion, Mr. Mayor, before this gets a little too convoluted, is there is the motion on the floor. There's two motions on the floor. The first one is the referral, and if there is no issue with that, that motion can be voted on, and then we can go back to call the question on the Councillor Bowman motion with an amendment from Councillor Santos.
Well, so would some of the questions not affect whether we want to have a referral or not?
Then through you, Mr. Mayor, then we're calling the question on the whole matter. We need to distinguish which way we're taking this debate.
Well, I guess we ask Councillor Fertini then.
On the whole matter, we're going to carry on this the whole night. We kind of already made our points. Let's just vote. It's yes or no, and that's why I call the question. Or else we're going to carry on this another 3 hours here.
It's not yes or no.
It's not, point of order, it's not yes or no.
Okay. Councillor Fertini has called the question, so to the clerk, that anyone who hasn't spoken to the motion can now speak, and it's the new motion we're speaking about, correct?
We have done that practice before. The first advice I provide to you, Mr. Chair, would be we need to take a vote right now on call the question. If it carries, then any members who have not spoken on the Councillor Bowman motion would be eligible to speak. If it does not carry, then we will continue debate as is. So members can continue to add their name on the list, whether they've spoken yet or not on the Councillor Bowman motion.
Okay, but you want to have the vote on calling the question first?
Yes, we should take that vote first to clarify which path we're taking.
I'll withdraw the question. Carry on, because there's only 4 people left. Let's carry on. Thank you.
Okay, and for Councillor Fertini's information, I'm not on the list, but I am saving myself to ask some questions once all council has exhausted their questions. Our next speaker is, after Councillor Fertini, is Councillor Palashi.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So, what I'm hearing from Councillor Santos and what I'm hearing from Councillor Bowman they're kind of two separate things that I thought could really come together. I'm not sure about this $500,000 now. I kind of want to hear from staff to say, yeah, we can make this work in accordance with, we're going to hire some people that are able to build the barn to the specs of whatever the barn is, and not to, the city of Brampton gold-plated standard. I guess that would be my question to staff, is if that's a possibility.
Through the chair, it's Mike Parks here. If Peter Gabor is still on the call, it's probably best that he provide an answer for that level of detail.
Sure, Mike. Thank you. Through the chair, Councillor, we are preparing and continuing to validate this project and fine-tune an order of magnitude estimate. So, with respect, this project is not to build a barn. It is to build a display space for artifacts that will be used by the public. It cannot be built to the standard that one might expect an agricultural building of low human occupancy to be built to in accordance with the Ontario Building Code. And perhaps if Rick Kennard, or the CVO rather, could speak further to this in greater detail. But we do need to build, we do need to introduce lighting. It is a wooden structure. We do need to introduce fire protection to some extent, clearly not sprinklers because it is an unheated building, but some degree of fire protection and security, and some degree of accessibility standard needs to be met within this building. That does have cost impact. We, of course, will work diligently to reduce the cost to the greatest extent possible. But at this point, we do not think that it can be delivered for less, $500,000 or less.
Sorry, your last comment. You don't think it can be delivered for $500,000 or less?
Well, our current OME, I can say, is in around the $800,000 mark. But I should caution council that we are still validating this project. We have had a consultant review all the pieces and that remain of the Robinson barn and provide a structural analysis and a conservation plan of the pieces. We have issues with some of the pieces that will not be. They may be perfectly fine for their original use. However, they will not meet current structural standards for the use as it is now intended, and so they can't be used as they were once intended or once used. And new material needs to be introduced. That's why we are sourcing potential other period barns where we could obtain additional beams and additional pieces that may be more suitable. So we are sourcing that, and we are continuing to validate this project and budget the project, and we'll fine tune that number. But that's the number that we're currently at.
Oh, and thank you, Peter. I do appreciate your honesty about this. It is a difficult situation. I know, and you probably know too. I got a couple of Mennonite buddies that would be able to build this better than most contractors that are out there today, delivering on the city's standards. It's just they're not bonded, they're not insured. Well, they might be insured, but we all know that they do really, really good work, and I think it's a missed opportunity to have, some of those historical construction, that's happened so many years ago, not take place with this. It could be a huge opportunity. So, with that being said, a motion like this saying, let's spend $500,000 on what staff are saying, we can't do it for that. I don't know where to go from here. I don't think that Councillor Santos and Councillor Bowman are too far off. Councillor Santos wants an agreement. Councillor Bowman doesn't want to pay $1 million for a barn. So, I think I definitely support a referral just back to staff and try to come up with some kind of arrangement and agreement to, and if you need to call me and get the location of the barn in the area I represent, I can certainly help, or names from some people from the north that can come down and do this, then I'm certainly happy to help wherever I can. And in the future, maybe opportunities that we can, reach out to the community or other avenues. I think other avenues haven't even been explored here that potentially could be. So with that being said, motion like this it's even if it gets supported, it's not going anywhere because staff said they can't do it. So I think the referral is the best bet, and refer this back to staff to see if there's opportunity where we can come up with the construction of the barn for $500,000 and an agreement between the Friends of Bovaird House and the City of Brampton. That's the referral I'd like to put on the floor.
So, Mr. Mayor, just for clarity, Councillor Paleshi is moving referral, I'm presuming, of Councillor Bowman's motion as proposed by an amendment by Councillor Santos. So we are now in a referral debate, and members should only be speaking to the merits of the referral.
Okay. We certainly know ways to further complicate our amended proposed referred motion. looking at the speakers list. On this, we've got a speakers list after Councillor Paleshi, if I'm correct, to the clerk. It is Councillor Santos, Councillor Basante, Councillor Medeiros, Councillor Williams, Councillor Dillon, Councillor Singh.
That's correct.
Councillor Santos, do you want to speak to the referral?
Yeah, sure. Very quickly, and thank you, Councillor Paleshi, for that. I agree with the referral based on the response from staff. Like I don't know where Councillor Bowman is getting the number of $500,000 from, but clearly, you know, that's not necessarily what staff are saying. So I'd like to get more information in addition to the information that I put forward in the previous motion that I brought forward earlier. I just think that we're rushing into a decision last minute at 10:30 at night. There's still more opportunity to get more information on this and actually debate this at that special council meeting on Wednesday. Perhaps there are other organizations who are interested in what their perspective is regarding this. So I really think it's the responsible thing to do for us not to rush and to refer this back to staff for consideration and for us to get more information as well. Thank you, Councillor Paleshi, for the referral.
Point of privilege, please.
Point of privilege.
Since I was mentioned one more time, this, if you read the motion, it says to put $500,000 into the 2022 budget and leave the remaining $500,000 in the 2023 budget if it's required. And if it's not required in the 2023 budget, then it can go back to source again. I'm leaving $1 million there. I just want to get this project up and running. All the other stuff, if we have the budget, we can have staff look at all sorts of different alternatives. We've got them looking at alternatives right now, but we need the budget in place to get this thing moving. And that is the point. I've got $500,000 for next year's budget, and the other $500,000 is left in the 23 budget if it's needed. Thanks.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Bowman. Next up on our list is Councillor Basante.
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to borrow, if I may, a heritage phrase in that it seems to me that we are shooting from the hip here. And there is no reason for us to be rushing this. I will share with members of council that I was granted a copy of this report. And other members of council have this report as well. But I will tell you that I only got access to this report a week ago, and I don't think Councillor Santos even has had a chance to review this. And the report outlines the concerns that the engineers have and also on potential solutions. And as Peter and Public Works outlined previously very clearly, we don't know yet what the costs will be and what will be required to put all of this together. Now, there's been a reasonable request to have the agreement drawn up with the Friends of Bovaird House, and that takes care of that. And following that, we can make a decision on this, whether or not we even, once you've looked at this information, make a proper decision on it. This is something which is going to be built in wards 1 and 5. And I think, and I would say to all members here, that we should follow the proper process. We don't have any report with regards to what has been placed here as a motion before. We've asked for additional information from staff, which they are certainly ready and able to provide. And so I cannot support an almost ad hoc suggestion that we limit the project to 500 with the possibility of more later. Like, would we do that for anything else? Would we say, oh, let's spend $5 million on this, and later on, if we need $5 million more, we'll put it in the next year's budget. That's not how we do things. And I'm surprised, frankly, that we would be entertaining managing things here in the city in that way. I love heritage as much as anyone else. Michael Avis will tell you. But let's do things properly. Thank you. That's all I have to say.
Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Basante. Just looking at our list here. After Councillor Basante is Councillor Medeiros.
Thank you, Mayor. I guess, you know, some councillors don't benefit from the history of this, and I do appreciate Councillor Palushi's comments when, you know, I would probably have been one of those who at the beginning, and speaking to the referral in previous council, didn't know much about the barn and so on. I have the information I need. I'm ready to vote on it now. I would only say, because again, there's some comments about this is not the way we do things and this is not the way we consider. You know, my understanding, the city put the barn in the budget, so it's part of the budget. Second, the process has been started by hiring a consultant. So a consultant's been hired. So it's just very natural to move a project forward that funds be allocated so we can continue with the project. And I think that's what we're saying here. And it's very appropriate, and it's exactly what we usually do. So before I start arguing the merits of the motion, I will stop there by just saying that I won't support a referral. And I hope we have a chance to vote on this today. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Medeiros. And if we finish the debate before midnight, then we will vote on this today, but I'm not sure given the pace we are going. And maybe tomorrow you get to vote on this. Our next speaker is Councillor Williams.
Thank you. Through you, Mayor. Just listening to the conversations that have taken place. You know, I just want to make the point that this isn't just a barn. This is a museum that is going to house artifacts and pieces from our history and our heritage. And I think we are losing sight of that. There's so much benefit to young people, to old people who come and visit this place. It makes me think of the Friends of the Old Britannia Schoolhouse. Now, I know that is run by the Peel District School Board, but they have a group that runs that program. And I just think that we have to start getting back to the importance of this. This is something that we are investing in that has a return for our community to learn our history. So the $500,000 that we're putting forward to this, and $500,000 remaining, I think it's in, as Councilor Medeiros said, it's in the budget already, and it's an investment. And I'm just confused around this agreement piece, because I believe during this long debate, an agreement was made in 2016. And so that is, it's 2016, but it is a bit more recent. It's not the almost 20-year-old agreement that's been made. And so also with organizations that are using our space, we don't force them to collaborate all the time. Like I think Boys and Girls Club, they have their space, they're using it. We're not forcing them to agree to have other groups use the space too. This is an organization that is taking the responsibility, volunteering their time to educate and better our community through our heritage and our history. So I think that we just need to get this barn up so people can benefit from it. I look forward to supporting this motion because we just need this barn up and have people really enjoy what it has to offer. Have we received the delegation yet? Because I know Michael Avis has had a difficult 24 hours, and I just wonder if he's still hanging on and if we need to receive the delegation so that we can continue on. Just a thought. But Thank you, Michael, if you're here. for sharing your
to our clerk, is there a way that we can receive the delegation if Michael is tired? Michael, would you like to stay on? Would you like us to receive the delegation now?
Hanging in there as long as you are.
Okay.
Okay. Just checking it in, Michael, because I know it's been a difficult 24 hours. And bless your heart for staying and hanging into this long, convoluted debate. But I have no further comments.
I've been following this since 2016. Another hour won't hurt me.
Touche. Good point. Good point. Well, hopefully we can wrap this up soon. Thank you. Do you, Mayor, have no further questions or comments?
Councillor Dillon.
I'd like to call the question.
Okay, the question has been. Oh no, Councillor Fertini, remove that. Call the question to the clerk. How would we?
He's never spoke, so he's allowed to call the question.
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor. Call the question was introduced and withdrawn, so it's free for a member to introduce it again.
And so, if Councillor Dillon calls the question, then it's only the people that haven't spoken that can continue to speak.
That's correct, assuming the motion carries. And the only other members, I believe, that have not spoken on this would be Councillor Singh and yourself.
Okay. Councillor Dillon has called the question. To the clerk, do you do a vote on that?
Unless there's a recorded vote, you can take the vote. It's just a majority vote to carry.
Okay. Is there anyone opposed to calling the question? Hearing none, we've called the question. Councillor Singh.
Thank you, and I've been listening very keenly. And initially, I thought we were talking about restoration of a barn, and it's clear from staff that and other councillors now have also indicated it's going to be a display space to display artifacts, and I quote that from Peter. So we're looking at essentially a certain degree of a museum, and you know, I know we have we're talking about 500,000 now and 500,000 later. You know, I just feel it's an indirect way. We know it's going to hit $1 million. I don't question staff's estimates. I know it'll probably hit up there, especially with these type of buildings. So if I look at wards 9 and 10, I look at my voters, I can't justify this. And there's a huge opportunity cost, especially in this year. We're talking about a COVID year, budgets are tight. We're trying to bring taxes low. In no conscientious way can I justify this to my residents. So I can't support it. It's a huge opportunity cost. I need speed bumps. I need community police station. I need a bunch of things, and I will be questioned heavily from my residents for supporting something like this. In this year, it is something I'm very open to. I think it is a good idea, but I think it needs to be, you know, the Brampton Board of Trade delegation. One thing I did like what they said is, you know, they talked about councillors doing due diligence, and I know a lot of councillors agreed with that, and I don't think we've done that with this item in particular. And so we need to do the proper due diligence, talk to the proper stakeholders. Let's get something we're all part of. We're all, you know, Councillor Williams referenced Britannia, the Britannia schoolhouse with the Peel District School Board owns. You know, I had the opportunity to visit there many times. Beautiful, beautiful thing they've been able to do at the school board, and I want to do something like that here. And I don't think we're there yet, and I think we need to do some more work, especially we're going to put money like this into it. But this year, in this type of budget, with the needs and pressure that I have, we all have in Brampton, but also in a particular wards, I cannot, in good faith, support this. I support this going back to staff and seeing what we can do where everybody agrees and is happy to support. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Singh. There are no other speakers who haven't spoken, so I will ask my questions now. There's been a lot of commentary. I think what's come out of this debate is that there's a lot of questions that members still have in terms of the cost and statements that were made. And so I guess my question to staff to start off with is the statement is that there's no cost to the city. And the sense I get from the city response is that there has been cost. And so I want to understand what has the city's total investment into this have been. And if you look at the totality of investments, where are we now? What have we invested so far? And would this be the first significant investment, this potential $1 million, or has there been significant investments before? If you is there a list? I had sort of thought that would be in the report, but if we're not getting a report, then I want to get this information before council now.
Through the chair, Mayor, well, like we mentioned before, we're collecting the information about this. I can't provide yet full details on this, but I know that roughly we have spent around $1.3 billion so far on the property itself for different projects on it. Some of them were, I believe, more than $500,000. So I would say that, yes, there were some significant investments in there. But we'll have to get back to you with full details of the project, if that's okay.
Okay, well, there's not going to be time if we've called the vote to get back to us and more information. So you've actually left me more perplexed, Nash. $1.3 million. I thought this had been covered by the Friends of Bavard, and so what are the significant expenses that the city's been covering? Because I don't recall this during our term of council approving investments. So what were these investments?
Mayor, if you're okay, I think we can show a preliminary list. I'm sorry about that, but please take it as preliminary because, as I said, like we have just recently been looking into this. So just don't take us fully that this is the full list and so on.
So it could be beyond 1.3 million?
No, we think it's around the 1.3 million, but for the details of that, I'm going to ask my colleague Mark to maybe provide some of the details of that.
Okay, can we see that list?
Through the chair to the mayor. So as Nash mentioned, we started doing a scan today, and what we've received so far is $1.3 million. Of that, if I can just quickly pull this up, we estimate that we've spent about $685,000 on the Pendergast log home restoration.
Okay, sorry, pause a second. I thought Michael Avis just said that was donated at no cost. He said it was built and donated at no cost to the city. Can I go back to Michael Avis on that? Michael, isn't that what you said?
Yes, the Royal Pine Homes cover the cost of the construction. I'm sure the city had to run power out to it and run a water line. I don't know if there's any sewage involved. That would have been because not for Pendergast, but for the comfort station that was built. They would have had to run water to that, of course, and hook it up to the sewers.
And that cost was $600,000.
That was nothing to do with Pendergast, though.
Okay, so I'm getting. This is why I sort of want a staff report. I'm getting different information from what has been presented, and what staff is telling us. So back to, I guess Mark Medeiros, if he has information, what's the $600,000 for the city?
Through the chair to the mayor, the notes we have on the work performed in a 2017 project was restoration of the Pendergast log home. That was in 2017 budget, $685,000. In 2012, there was $379,000 that was used to relocate the Pendergast cabin to the Bovaird house site, and that included building permit, electrical service, various repairs. So I think in 2012, we brought the cabin over. We set it up with electrical services. I'm not sure if BDC can provide additional comments, but this is what we've gathered from the financial information. In 2016, we spent $100,000 to replace vinyl sheet flooring in the washroom and kitchen. $52,000 in general repairs in 2013. More electrical work in 2020, and a gazebo construction as well in 2017 for $59,000. And we're currently working on a design. And that was this year, and there's been $15,000 to date on that. So total is $1.34 million.
And Michael, do you have a response to that?
Not really. As I said before, I know there were facilities, say hydro, what have you. That all had to be added because of Pendergast and the subsequent addition of the comfort station, because the comfort station had to be built adjacent because the original idea was to put the washroom inside of Pendergast, and of course that was not acceptable, because in a 1835 log house there would be no bathroom. So that's why they added a wheelchair accessible comfort station or outhouse.
You know, I love having heritage assets in the city, but we're now talking about $2.3 million of city investments into this barn. If you added the $1 million that Councillor Bowman is proposing, split over 2 years, and the $1.3 million that's already been spent, it is a significant investment. And so, you know, I go back to what Councillor Paleshi said about there has to be a way to do this cheaper. That, you know, I have a neighbor up at my cottage just built a barn, and I thought he built it for $200,000, and we're talking about $2.3 million. And so the way costs escalate, it makes you, pull your hair out. And I don't know how we justify that to taxpayers that we're spending $2.3 million on.
Point of privilege.
Yeah. What's the point of privilege?
We are talking about expenses that go back to 2012. We're not talking about the cost that it's going to cost to build this barn. This is a historical place in the city of Brampton, and it's needed upkeep just like any other city property has needed upkeep. So let's not confuse the two. This is about building the barn. Thank you.
Okay, I'm trying to show patience for councils that want to offer point of privileges. I've been doing so all night. To the clerk, when the question has been called, we still permit points of privilege, I assume?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, yes. And just a reminder that you should be speaking to the merits of the referral. That's what the motion that's on the floor, and the question has been called on that.
So the referral gives us the time to get this additional information. And I think just by virtue of my questions today, there's obviously a lot more information that the more questions we ask, we get more information. And so, I've only asked a few questions here, and clearly there is additional information that is that's coming from this that we did not know about. And so, on the basis that what type of additional information a referral could give us, I guess my question to Mike is this: the way it's been suggested is $500,000 this year, $500,000 next year. We're sort of going into this blind, and by having a referral, we get some additional information of what that means. So if we spent $500,000 on the barn, how long does it take to build the barn? And if would it be left half complete if we only did $500,000? And so, or is it something that takes multiple years? So spending $500,000 in each year wouldn't necessarily change the construction schedule. And so, what is your anticipation if we went for an RFP right after budget? How long would it take to to build this barn?
Through you, Mayor, I'm going to refer it over to Peter to respond in terms of the timelines for the work.
Thank you, through the chair, Mr. Mayor. We're anticipating to continue to conclude the due diligence work in the coming months and procure a design architect to do the detailed design in early 22 with the intention that it would be constructed in the same year.
In the same year, and so the estimate would be within 12 months, or potentially
with design and constructed within 12 months. Yes.
So, based on a $500,000 budget for the first year, what aspects of this would not be able to be completed within that first year?
Well, depending on the decision today and the ability to fund the project, we would have to look at that. We would likely not complete the project in that time frame. We would continue with the procurement of a design architect to assemble the construction drawings, and then subject to the approval of sufficient funding. Once we have a final price, we would then proceed to procure to tender to a contractor.
Okay, so what would happen then if I guess my question is then, like, would we potentially have a half-built barn at the end of the year waiting for the next fiscal year?
No, I would suggest that we would continue to procure the design team, which would come up with a solution that is achievable, fully cost that solution, and once we have a fully costed solution, we would seek additional funding likely through a budget amendment report to council to seek the additional funding that is required.
So you'd come back earlier then for additional funding?
We could do that. We could do that as a top-up request through a budget amendment report.
Okay. Even though the motion's clearly 500,000 this year and 500,000 next year.
Well, as I said, Mr. Mayor, the project is still being validated. We are working through the costing. We believe we have a pretty good idea at this time as to what it would cost. We can proceed to procure a design consultant that will provide us with further funding, with further cost guidance. Should we? I guess your question is, if we are to receive $500,000 this year, we wouldn't be able to spend it because we may need more than that to actually construct it.
Mm-hmm. And would it be fair to say that, and I'm sure we could get this if we referred this and had additional information, but if you did it with 500,000, I imagine any hope of having it fire compliant or accessible would not be possible.
We would have to look at that as to what would be permissible to be built. And again, I would refer this to the CBO as to what could be built on this site to this function. If we were building a building that was not accessible to the public, that's a different building than one that is for the display of artifacts. It would be built to perhaps a lesser code requirement. Ultimately, this is intended to be visited by the public. I think it would be. It certainly would be in the interest of the city to provide the adequate, fire safety protections that would be, at a minimum required.
And of the first 500,000, how much are we spending on consultants, or have we spent on consultants?
We have retained consultants to this point. There is, I should say, there is some funds that have been already approved in a previous budget, and we are using those funds to do due diligence work. We have committed approximately $50,000 in consulting work to date, and so that is there. In terms of the detailed design consultant, we are budgeting approximately $95,000 to $100,000.
So about 150,000 total for consultants on this project.
Yes.
Okay. Well, you've given me a lot of information just in these questions, but I think it speaks to the fact that, as Councillor Paleschi suggested, a referral, would allow this all to be put down on paper, and we'd have additional information. We do have until Wednesday to approve our budget, and I don't think it ever hurts to have additional information, and so I will support the referral, and those are my questions. To the clerk, there's been a request for a recorded vote on the referral.
So through you,
is
Mr.
now
Mayor.
the time to, yeah.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. So there are two distinct but related matters currently before committee. The first is the Councillor Santos motion at the start, which is essentially receiving the delegation and referring it to staff for further information. So my advice is we take that vote first, and after, whether that carries or not, we would then proceed to the Councillor Paleschi motion, which is the referral of the Councillor Bowman motion as amended by with the amendment proposal from Councillor Santos. So both of those motions can exist, and but that's my suggested order, just to proceed with an orderly vote.
So can you repeat that, Peter? The first vote is on.
The first vote is on the motion that's on the screen, which is Councillor Santos taking the delegation from Michael Avis and referring it to staff for consideration for a report to Budget Committee with respect to the financial investment in historic Beauvert House to date, and providing a copy of the original agreement and any subsequent agreements between the city and the Friends of Historic Beauvert House.
And sorry if I'm confused, but I thought the referral motion was from Councillor Paleschi.
It is. That's the second motion. Both of these motions can coexist.
Okay.
But just for simplicity, I'm suggesting let's deal with this motion first, and
Okay.
after that we will deal with the Councillor Paleschi referral motion.
Okay. So,
So I just wish to clarify, is a recorded vote requested on the Councillor Santos's motion and Councillor Paleschi's referral motion? Councillor
it was
Singh?
your request.
Just a referral, just a referral.
Okay. All those in favor of Councillor Santos, or is anyone opposed to Councillor Santos's motion?
Yes.
Yes.
We'll need a recorded vote.
Okay.
So through you, Mr. Mayor, a recorded vote has been requested on the Councillor Santos motion. All in favor or opposed, please indicate. Councillor Santos.
Yes.
It's a yes. Councillor Vicente.
Yes.
Yes. Councillor Willens.
No.
No. Councillor Paleschi.
Sorry. Yes.
It's a yes. Councillor Bowman.
No.
It's a no. Councillor Medeiros.
No.
It's a no. Councillor Williams.
No.
It's a no. Councillor Fortini.
No.
It's a no. Councillor Singh.
Yes.
That's a yes. Councillor Dillon.
No.
That's a no. I just want to clarify.
It's a no.
Thank you. Mayor Brown.
Yes.
So the referral motion from Councillor Santos does not carry. It loses 5-6. We can go to the next motion, which is Councillor Paleschi's referral motion.
Sorry, Mr. Chair, or I mean, Mr. Clerk, just a clarification. Mr. Avis was captured in the receipt of the delegation in that motion, so does that mean Mr. Avis has to spend the night?
Through you, Mr. Chair, no. we will take a motion just to receive the delegation after this, since that motion lost. But I'm going to suggest we deal with Councillor Paleshi's referral motion of the Councillor Bowman main motion as proposed by an amendment by Councillor Santos. So that motion is on the screen. A recorded vote has been requested. So this is a vote to refer to staff for further consideration. Councillor Bowman's motion as shown on the screen with the proposed amendment as shown in red text by Councillor Santos. So it's referring both. All in favor or opposed, please indicate. Councillor Santos.
Yes, in favor of referral.
Yes, thank you. Councillor Vasante.
Yes.
It's a yes. Councillor Willens.
No.
It's a no. Councillor Paleshi.
Yes.
It's a yes. Councillor Bowman.
No.
It's a no. Councillor Medeiros.
No.
It's a no. Councillor Williams.
No.
It's a no. Councillor Fortini.
No.
That's a no. Councillor Singh.
Yes.
It's a yes. Councillor Dillon.
No.
That's a no. Mayor Brown.
Yes.
It's a yes. That referral motion from Councillor Paleshi loses 5-6. So that means we now proceed to the Councillor Bowman motion. However, before we take the Councillor Bowman motion, there is the amendment from Councillor Santos. It was proposed as a friendly amendment. I believe, Councillor Bowman, I just need you to verify verbally, you're not accepting it as a friendly amendment. Is that correct?
That's correct, not accepting.
So having said that, it is still a proper amending motion that Councillor Santos has put on the floor. It is a proper amendment to the main motion by Councillor Bowman. So we will take the vote on Councillor Santos's amendment first. I'm presuming a recorded vote is requested on this amendment from Councillor Santos?
Can we put the amendment up on the screen again?
Yeah. So Councillor Santos's amendment is shown in red.
If you could read that out, Peter.
So the amendment moved by Councillor Santos is that the words "subject to execution of an up-to-date partnership agreement between the Friends of Historic Beauvert House and the city," and that wording be inserted before the words 2022 capital projects list. A recorded vote, I presume a recorded vote is being requested on all of these motions?
Yes.
Okay, so the Santos amendment, all in favor or opposed, please indicate. Councillor Santos.
Yes.
It's a yes. Councillor Vasante.
Yes.
It's a yes. Councillor Willens.
No.
That's a no. Councillor Paleshi.
Yes.
It's a yes. Councillor Bowman.
No.
That's a no. Councillor Medeiros.
No.
That's a no. Councillor Williams.
No.
Councillor Williams, could you clarify, please?
No.
That's a no. Thank you. Councillor Fortini.
No.
That's a no. Councillor Singh.
Yes.
That's a yes. Councillor Dillon.
No.
That's a no. Mayor Brown.
Yes.
That's a yes. A proposed amendment loses. The recorded vote is 5-6. The next vote is on the main motion moved by Councillor Bowman without the Councillor Santos amendment. So we'll just wait for that to come up on the screen. Just please bear with us a moment.
Point of clarification on the motion. Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the clerk, is it possible to put $500,000 into a 2023 new council? I thought we weren't able to do something like that.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, just for clarification, the answer is yes. All the approvals for post-2022 capital budgets, so 2023 and 2024, as I understand it from past budgets, and finance can correct, are in principle only, so they would still be subject to approval in the subsequent budget year.
Right, okay, thank you.
So we're just going to have on the screen the Councillor Bowman motion, which is shown on the screen. A recorded vote has been requested. All in favor or opposed, please indicate. Councillor Santos.
No.
That's a no. Councillor Vasante.
No.
Councillor Vasante?
No.
No, thank you. Councillor Willens?
Yes.
That's a yes. Councillor Paleshi?
No.
That's a no. Councillor Bowman?
Yes.
That's a yes. Councillor Medeiros?
Yes.
It's a yes. Councillor Williams?
Yes.
That's a yes. Councillor Fortini?
Yes.
It's a yes. Councillor Singh?
No.
That's a no. Councillor Dillon?
Yes.
It's a yes. Mayor Brown?
No.
It's a no. That motion carries 6-5. The last motion, as alluded to just at the beginning, is just a simple motion of receipt of the delegation of Michael Avis. Is a recorded vote requested on that receipt?
I don't think so.
Yes, please.
Oh, someone asked for a recorded vote?
A recorded vote has been requested on receipt of the delegation.
Who asked for the recorded vote?
Councillor Paleshi?
Okay.
All in favor of receipt of the delegation from Michael Avis? Councillor Santos?
Yes.
It's a yes. Councillor Vasante?
Yes, of course, with thanks.
Yes. Councillor Willens?
Yes.
It's a yes. Councillor Paleshi?
Yes. To a
Yes.
united vote.
Councillor Bowman?
Yes, thank you.
Yes. Councillor Medeiros?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Williams?
Yes. Thanks.
Councillor Fortini?
Yes.
Councillor Singh?
Yes, absolutely.
Councillor Dillon? Councillor Dillon?
Sorry, yes.
Thank you. Mayor Brown?
Yes.
The motion of receipt carries unanimously 11-0. Mr. Mayor, that concludes our delegations for tonight's Budget Committee session.
Okay. Well, we are done today. Councilor Medeiros, you get your wish. We don't have to vote on anything tomorrow. Thank you, members of council, for your patience tonight, and we will recess our budget deliberations.
So through you, Mr. Mayor, just to clarify, and I just checked, there are no public questions for question period at the end. So Budget Committee is next scheduled to meet Friday morning at 9:30 until 4:30, unless committee wishes to go later. And thank you very much, Mr. Mayor, members of committee. This meeting then is recessed, and we'll reconvene Friday morning.